proceed when ready.
Detective Baker, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Ryan Baker.
And could you tell us how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Oxford Police Department as an intelligence officer.
And how long have you been an intelligence officer with the Oxford Police Department?
As far as intelligence officers, I've been about a year. Prior to that, I was a detective with the Criminal Investigations Division at Oxford Police Department.
So in July 2022, what was your position? Were you the detective then?
Yes, I was a detective during July of 2022.
How long have you worked in policing?
In policing altogether, I've worked about 14 years. 9 years of that would have been with Oxford Police Department.
Do you specialize in any particular area in your work with the Oxford Police Department?
Yes, I'm a cell phone forensic examiner, if you will, as a part of the criminal investigations.
Okay. Before we get more into detail, Oxford Police Department became involved in the disappearance investigation of University Police of Jay Lee due to his car being found at Molly Bar Trails. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
And Jay Lee's car was seen leaving from where?
Jay Lee's car was seen leaving from his apartment at Campus Walk, and then later on in the investigation, we see it going to Molly Bar Trails, leaving from, we learned that his car left from Lafayette Police.
Did you have an opportunity to view footage of Jay Lee's car leaving his Campus Walk apartment?
Yes, I have.
Detective Baker, I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 95. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the flash drive that the Campus Walk video was downloaded to.
And I believe earlier in the trial we introduced a similar video, but you couldn't see Jay Lee getting into the vehicle. Are you able to see the full of the video of Jay Lee last leaving Campus Walk Apartments on this video?
Yes, when I reviewed it, you could see him getting in his vehicle and leaving.
All right, this time I move to enter into evidence the full video of Jay Lee leaving Campus Walk Apartments. Publish to the jury. Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Any objections to be noted for the record of previous objection of introduction of this testimony?
Thank you.
And Detective Baker, are you able to see, is it showing on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is this the,
See? What about the big screen? Is it showing?
Yes.
All right, we're good to go.
is this the footage that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll play it through. And as that's playing, who are we watching?
That's Jay Lee.
And what vehicle did he just enter?
He got into his black Ford with the gold stripe.
Now, Detective Baker, if you could please tell me some of what you learned about Tim Herrington's background and who he is over the course of your investigation.
Yeah, so Tim Herrington graduated from Ole Miss in May, just before this happened, May 2022. Tim studied and read and searched and looked up a lot of things about real estate.
What was the question? What was the question? I'm not. Please respond. Check. I'm a real approach. Okay.
Detective Baker, I'm going to be a little more specific. What is Tim Herrington's height and weight? Or what was it at the time he was arrested in 2022?
At the time he was arrested, he was 5 feet 8 inches and 160 pounds.
And do you know anything about his family background?
Yes, I know that his grandfather was the bishop of a church, Abundant Life Church, there in Grenada. Several of his family members served on staff there at that church. His dad, his uncle, and so forth were very active in Abundant Life Church. Tim taught classes, youth Sunday school type classes there at that church. They were a well-known family around Grenada. A lot of people knew who they were.
Would you describe them as a wealthy or affluent family?
Yes, I would.
And you said Mr. Herrington was also active in the church in Grenada?
He was. He, like I said, he taught youth classes. He also played the instruments there for the church as well.
Did you learn anything about Mr. Herrington's sexuality over the course of your investigation?
Yes, Mr. Herrington was not openly gay. He was not openly.
First of all, give me a basis for that.
Detective Baker,
They have foundation.
Detective Baker, how are you able to learn this information as to him, Mr. Herrington, not being openly gay?
Just talking to people around the investigation, also his cell phone extractions, his social media, just all through the investigation of looking into him. He was not portraying himself as being that way.
Specifically,
Is evidence relevant at this time? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what the relevance of it is.
I'm gonna give them some leeway in this regard, this time anyway.
following Mr. Herrington,
Support any statement with the basis of that information, okay?
Following Mr. Harrington's arrest, were you able to review any communications that he had?
Following his arrest,
Communications he may have had after he was initially arrested.
yes.
And who did he talk to? What sorts of people did he talk to?
He talked to mostly his family members.
Okay. And in reviewing those communications, did you find out if Timothy Herrington was openly gay with his friends and family he was talking to?
No, he was not.
You stated earlier that you specialize in computer forensics and cell phone extractions. Tell me about what that is.
All right, so cell phone extractions is we use a tool, and there's multiple tools out there. We have two of those different types of tools, different companies, so forth. But essentially what a cell phone extraction is just the tool connects to the phone, and basically makes a handshake with the phone and asks the phone to share the phone's data with the tool, to extract that data off the tool. And a lot of things, you get a lot of things from that phone, like emails, text messages, call logs, location data, any apps that were downloaded to the phone, a lot of things like that the phone will share with the extraction tool.
And tell me, have you received any training in order to do the cell phone extractions?
Yes, I have. In 2021, I went to the National Computer Forensics Institute over in Hoover, Alabama, and the NCFI is what we call it, is run by the Secret Service, United States Secret Service, and I took a course there, a 156-hour course on cell phone examining, and then I was ultimately certified as a Celebrite certified Celebrite operator.
And since 2021, about how many cell phone extractions have you performed in your work with Oxford Police Department?
Approximately 120 extractions.
And you stated that it pulls things like apps and location data, things of that nature. In your investigation, and I believe throughout this entire investigation, throughout the trial, we've heard testimony regarding different apps, such as Tinder, Grindr. Have you learned anything about if the defendant uses those apps?
Yes.
But also throughout your investigation, the victim, Jay Lee, he used those apps as well, right?
He did.
I want you to tell me, is it typical for people to use those apps, or is that just typical in the gay or LGBTQ community?
No, it's typical. I mean, we're in a college town. There's a lot of students here. It's not, I mean, just about all the students that you see here, or people of their age, are always on their phones. They're constantly using social media. So it's very common for people of Jay Lee and Tim's age to be on apps.
Like the dating?
Social media apps, dating apps. Like I said, it's a college town, always trying to find that companion and so forth. So dating apps are very common, yes.
And when you performed, I think we're talking about the cell phone extractions, were reports produced?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And you kind of went over what these reports contain. Let me talk about, tell us about what devices of Tim's were extractions performed on.
We formed,
Your Honor, I think for the record, at this time, I have to voice my objection to the extraction based on previous motion.
Yep, be more, come to me and be more.
Detective Baker, if you could please tell me what devices of the defendants were extractions performed on?
Mr. Herrington had an iPhone 12 cell phone and an Apple MacBook. And we conducted a forensic exam on the cell phone and the Mac.
And before we get into that more, the victim, Jay Lee, did you receive any location data or anything from his Snapchat from that warrant?
Yes, we did.
And did you do, why did you do a warrant for his Snapchat?
We did a warrant for a Snapchat because earlier in the investigation, we learned that Khalid Fears had told investigators that Jay Lee had called him on Snapchat. So with us as police, that's kind of, we see that as a clue. He's using Snapchat. So if he made a phone call off Snapchat, we'd want to try to see who all he was talking to and so forth during that day prior and so forth, just to see if anyone would know anything about where Jay Lee was or anything like that.
And from the warrants, and we've also heard about various other warrants in this case, and the cell phone extraction, did you prepare a presentation today to go over all of that?
I did.
And do you recognize that if I were to show it to you?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd like some redaction of some personal information. I don't know how you want to do it.
Prior to any personal information being seen, let us know, and we'll do our best to try to stop that way from being broadcast to the world anyway, okay? If it's impossible, it's impossible.
If there's a way to maybe turn off this TV at that time,
That's what we can do. And ask it not to focus on any other.
and then the jurors can, and people at the table can see.
All right, but I haven't seen this document, so y'all have to be on the lookout, okay?
Detective Baker, I believe you testified that you created a PowerPoint to go over all this information. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and
Can you, have you got just on and off switch for that, or something? All right, be on standby then, okay? Go ahead, I'll apologize for interruption.
and does that envelope contain that PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
You prepared it for your testimony today.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I would like to move, mark for ID the PowerPoint of Detective Baker.
Okay, all right, we'll be running for ID at this time.
When you were creating that PowerPoint, Detective Baker, what sorts of information did you include on it?
Included information from the cell phone extraction, which was corroborated by the MacBook extraction. Also, some of the search warrants, the social media search warrants that we used, the Snapchat, Facebook, those types of information.
And did you put it in a chronological order of the time of the crime, sort of like a timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
And that PowerPoint accurately reflects the timeline of the Oxford police investigation?
It does.
All right, this time I would move to enter into evidence the PowerPoint presentation prepared by Detective Baker.
Any objections?
No, other than previously.
Okay, it'll be a minute.
Now, Detective Baker, is this the PowerPoint we were just referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Now tell me, what are we looking at here?
So here's a slide describing the cell phone extraction, or just kind of some basic information there that we got from it. The Apple ID, the MSISDN is the phone number. The MC is just a number that describes the cell phone. And then the computer extraction, the MacBook Pro, its user identifier and its username that was inputted into the computer as its user's name.
And this was the, referring to the extractions done on the defendant Timothy Harrington's devices.
That's correct.
Okay, kind of walk us through what you learned in the investigation starting on July 8th, 2022, from these extractions. So tell me, what are we looking at here?
So here's a message that Jay Lee had sent to Tim on Friday, July the 8th, 2022 at 2:54 a.m. asking Tim if he was in Oxford.
And where were you able to get this information from?
So this information was from his cell phone extraction. If you kind of see the little table there, that's an actual, just a kind of a pull out of that extraction, just kind of look and see what it would look like.
When you say his cell phone extraction, are you referring to the defendant Timothy Harrington?
Yes, Timothy Harrington's.
Did you all ever recover Jay Lee's cell phone?
No, we never recovered Jay Lee's cell phone.
So tell me, I believe the first point was 2:54 a.m. Jay Lee texted you in Oxford to Tim Harrington. Tell me what was the next point in the timeline.
So the next points in the timeline that we were able to find out wasn't until 4:01 that morning when Jay Lee had left his apartment and went to Timothy Harrington's apartment at Lafayette Place. And this, what this screen here is describing his Snapchat locations. We got these locations from Snapchat. And you can see that 401, Jimmie Lee is at his apartment.
Objection. Under Smith, that the testimony that an officer can produce as to the Latin longitude is limited to the ping location to where the device is connected to the tower that is pinging from. What this officer just said on the stand was that based on Jimmie Lee's Snapchat location, he was located at the apartment.
I'm going to, I'll hear from you, but we're going to talk a lot about ping locations and not people locations, okay?
It's just very clear under the case law, Judge, that they're allowed to testify without an expert as to the phone being connected to the tower that the ping connects to. They cannot testify as to the location of the phone or the location of the user. The user explicitly.
I'll hear from you.
Your Honor, I do believe that he should have stated that in the area of Jimmie Lee's apartment, but I would also state, Your Honor, testimony has already come forth coming from showing video of Jimmie Lee coming out of his apartment at around this time. We've already seen that. So he doesn't just know it from the ping data. We actually see Jay Lee come out of his apartment at Campus Walk. So that was the testimony, Your Honor. With the cell phone in his hand.
Judge, the point is that there may be some other evidence they can testify to. They need to coach the response based on that, explicitly stating that based on his Snapchat ping location, that Jay Lee was at his apartment is exactly what the case law says he cannot say.
I'm
He
going to
was
say.
objected to before he could finish his answer, but it was corroborated.
I'm gonna let's not get the cart before the horse on his testimony. He can testify about longitude, how he got that, what's the longitude and latitude of a ping location, a ping, that so-and-so's phone pinged at this location by longitude and latitude, and generally, what's that in the area of? Could then, as it relates to Jimmie Lee's apartment, he could be asked a question, do you have any information that is consistent with that being the case?
Yes, sir.
I.e., the video of him leaving the apartment, but we got to take little baby steps in this. We can't take big old giant steps, and I'm not faulting anyway, but it's very technical, and we're going to have to follow the technical rules, okay?
I understand that, and the witness, make sure he understands, is when we're referring to the latitude and longitude, we'll say in the area of the location per your slideshow.
The phone data pinged at that location, not that Jay Lee or Mr. Herrington or anybody else was at that, but their phone pinged at this latitude and longitude, and go on from there anyway. All right?
Do that, Your Honor.
That
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, go ahead. Y'all ready for the jury to be back? Go ahead. Wait.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very technical, it is a ping location, not necessarily a phone location.
Ping, we talking about pings, we're not talking about phones, okay? Go ahead and show the jury back in.
We don't have a problem for leading witness on the matter.
Okay.
We do it on that matter.
Okay.
I can do that, that makes it easier.
I would suggest that you just start fresh on this area of questioning, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor, I will do that.
You may proceed.
So Detective Baker, before our little break, we were looking at information you received from Jay Lee's Snapchat warrant on his Snapchat account, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if I'm seeing correctly, what you have labeled here is Jay Lee's apartment and Timothy Herrington's apartment. Jay Lee's apartment was Campus Walk, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And let me know if I'm correct. At 4:01 a.m., I'm going to go in chronological order, according to the latitude and longitude in the data you received, Jay Lee's phone ping location was in the area of his apartment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you have, and then at 4:44 a.m., I'll start there. At 4:01 a.m., did you have anything to corroborate that Jay Lee was in that location?
Yes, the campus walk video.
Okay. And it says, I think here at 4:05 a.m., Jay Lee's phone ping location was in the area of Timothy Herrington's Lafayette Place apartment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you have anything to corroborate that Jay Lee made it to Timothy Herrington's apartment?
Yes, the Snapchat location that we're talking about, the message.
Objection, Your Honor.
Be more,
I believe he was saying the message.
I'm
You
gonna,
said Snapchat location.
I'm going to,
I will
I'm
rephrase my
gonna
question.
rephrase the question anyway, okay?
In your, were you present for the defendant Timothy Herrington's interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that interview, did Mr. Herrington admit that Jay Lee came to his apartment?
Yes, he did admit that Jay Lee had come to his apartment previous in the night, yes.
And I see that the next time in our sequence is 4:14 a.m. that Jay Lee's phone ping location remains in the area of Timothy Herrington's Lafayette Place apartment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you have any, I believe then I see that by 4:44 a.m., Jay Lee's phone ping location is now back within the area of Jay Lee's Campus Walk apartment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your interview of Mr. Herrington, did you learn that Jay Lee had come to his apartment and left?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you also learn in review of messages between Timothy Harrington's Snapchat and Jay Lee's Snapchat that he had come over and left?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective Baker, I want to take this. We're now at 4:44 a.m. I'm going to take us to the next point, and you tell me what we're looking at.
All right, so this is another message on that the phone extraction, Tim Harrington's phone extraction, pulled from the phone July the 8th, 4:36 a.m. And it's originated from the Instagram.
And before you go any further into that, I believe when we previously spoke, by 4:44 a.m., Jay Lee's phone ping location was at the area of his apartment. Did you ever witness Jay Lee return to his apartment on the Campus Walk surveillance video?
Yes, you're referring to after the first time that he had left, went to Timothy
Yes.
Harrington, came back. Yes, he did come back by video, yes.
Okay, and so I see here, what is the time that this first message was sent, and who was it sent to?
It was 4:36 a.m. It was Jay Lee sent it to Timothy Harrington.
And from the Campus Walk video, we know Jay Lee was at his home at this time.
Yes, he was.
Okay, and what does this first message say?
It says, I just wanted to be able to say I had you be DL. Again, fun to have been the first guy. Experiment over.
Over the course of the investigation, did you learn what the term DL means?
Yes, it stands for down low, and which means that it's someone who is not openly gay. They don't want everybody to know that they see other men or other women, depending on their original gender. But in this case, Mr. Harrington, he did not, or that person does not want.
Objective there. That's what she asked what it meant. Trying to explain what it
I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you were stating that DL means, what does DL mean?
Down low. Yes, so it means being on the down low. It means that that person does not want anybody else to know that they see somebody of the same.
that person thinks.
I'm going to allow this testimony, but not relate to a particular person.
That person doesn't want everybody else to know that they see someone of the same gender.
And so I noticed that the next message is at 4:53 a.m. What was that message?
It says, also, I nutted on your floor, so you should get that up, BTW. Oh, and the nude was fake too. Okay, back to block now.
Explain to me what was significant about these two messages in your investigation.
So the one thing that was significant is Jay Lee is saying that he's back to block, which would corroborated what Khalid Fears had told us earlier in the investigation of when Jay Lee had called him that morning and told him that he was going back over to someone's house that he had previously visited before, and after that visit that he had blocked that person on all social media, and now that he was going back to that person's house.
And that first message, specifically, was there anything significant about that in your investigation?
Just that Mr. Harrington was DL, as he says, and that according to Jay Lee, that relationship, Jay Lee was his first guy relationship.
I believe It says, I just wanted to be able to say, after these two messages, what took place?
Be a little more specific.
What, according to what you reviewed in your phone extractions, what took place on Timothy Herrington's phone after these two messages?
Thank you. That Timothy Herrington received an Instagram notification about 5:13 a.m. that I am Jay Lee, can't receive your message. And this came from, like I said, Instagram. When someone blocks someone else, they get this type of a message saying that they can't contact that other person.
I can't understand what you said now.
If you would speak in the microphone.
So,
Please repeat your answer.
So this is from Instagram, and it was a message notifying Mr. Herrington that Jay Lee could not receive his message, which is typically happens after someone blocks someone else.
So Mr. Herrington would have tried to message Jay Lee, and he would receive this message, correct?
Correct.
And please tell us the next thing that took place.
All right, so the next thing was on that morning at 5:17 a.m. Well, I will say this. I'll back up because you can kind of see there on the screen and kind of explain this a little bit. This is a Snapchat. On the left is a Snapchat message. These are going to be the Snapchat messages. Sucker for Jay is Jay Lee in blue, and in red, that's Timothy Herrington. Because in me, it says on here, and that's how Snapchat returned it to us. So that's red eye _24 would be in the red, Tim Herrington that we found out, and then sucker for Jay is Jay Lee in the blue. So here at the top you see that Tim as red eye _24 sent a message. Snapchat for whatever reason didn't capture whatever that message, phone calls, whatever that could be. Snapchat did not capture whatever that was. And then at 5:17 a.m. Jay Lee asked Tim, who TF is this? Then he follows up at 5:18 with a question mark.
After the 5:18 question mark, what were you able to determine took place on Timothy Herrington's phone?
So the next thing that happened was Mr. Herrington FaceTimed, a FaceTime call, video call, Jay Lee at 5:19, again at 5:19, and at 5:20, all three calls were unanswered by Jay Lee.
So from this interaction, were you able to tell if Jay Lee knew who was behind the Red Eye account at this time?
Objection. We can't possibly know.
But, I need him asked from strictly from Congress, from the information contained therein.
Yes. From this interaction, were you able to tell if Jay Lee knew who was behind the Red Eye account?
No, not at this point.
Okay. What happens next?
All right, so at 5:21, Mr. Harrington searches Jay Lee's Twitter profile.
And then after 5:21,
Then after 5:21, at 5:23, Mr. Harrington calls Jay Lee through that red eye _24 account on Snapchat as a video call, and it was answered for about 14 seconds. There was an interaction.
so per your investigation and what you were reviewing here, did it seem to you that that was when Jay Lee would have known who was behind the account?
Yes.
Let's go into the next. So what conversation, if you could tell us, took place after the call at 5:23 a.m.?
All right, so going back to the Snapchat conversation here, Jay at 5:24 asked, "What did you just delete?" 5:25, Jay said, "You made it like this." 5:25, Mr. Herrington responds, "Come back." And at 5:26, Mr. Harrington asks, "You coming or not?" And at 5:27, Jay Lee says no.
So before you continue on, just then, what have you learned in the investigation from your interviews with Tim Harrington, Lid Fears, and reading this that is going on right now?
That Jay Lee had come back for that second time.
And who was inviting him over?
Mr. Harrington?
And did he come over immediately?
No, he did not.
So I believe that was the first time Jay Lee says no. Continue on with the 5:27 a.m. and tell me what Mr. Harrington says.
Mr. Harrington asked why not. And then
This message
at 5:31, he's 2 question marks
from Mr. Harrington.
from Mr. Harrington.
And what does Jay Lee respond?
And Jay Lee's response at 5:34 is, "You just wouldn't even eat my ass 1 hour ago after I cleaned and everything. Then you proceed to nut in my mouth. Hopefully you ain't been fucking nobody raw. Then ask if I'm gonna stop harassing you now and that you wanna stop linking. YK, how much of an asshole move that is.
And then 5:34.
You foul."
From this text message and the course of your investigation, what were you able to deduce is the relationship between these two individuals?
That they previously had a sexual relationship.
Objection, what was
What?
I believe he said that they previously had a sexual relationship. Okay.
it? Objection.
And was that relationship, were they a couple?
No.
What could you tell from this message between the two?
That Jay Lee, that during the previous morning's sexual encounter, Jay Lee had prepared to have sexual encounters, and that it didn't happen in a way that he expected.
All this speculation can't be
Speculation.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think those words speak for themselves anyway.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you. So, I believe you were stating that the message is saying that they had a previous encounter and it didn't go well.
Right.
And they are not a couple, right?
They're not.
So, how do the messages proceed?
But at 5:35, Jay says, "Like you did some questionable shit, but that was too much.
And then 5:35 again?
Have a good night, Tim."
Does that also identify Timothy Harrington as the person he was speaking to?
It does.
Okay. What's Jay Lee's next message?
5:37, Jay Lee says, "Yeah, now it seemed like you just trying to lure me over there to beat my ass or something."
So at this point, has Jay Lee agreed to go back to Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Look, y'all think that-
Hang on a second. Reference,
Or the message?
rephrase the question and ask in relation to these texts, these messages on, okay?
Detective Baker,
Go ahead.
They got phone calls in here, the content of the phone calls between two individuals on here, so he can't possibly know what they talked about, 14-second phone call.
I'm gonna direct it to, limit it to this particular statement in these particular times.
so Detective Baker, at this point, per the messages that we're looking at, has Jay Lee agreed to go over to Mr. Harrington's apartment?
No, not according to these messages.
So the next message in the line after Jay Lee states that he is suspicious of Mr. Harrington is what?
So 5:38, Mr. Harrington says, "You tripping. I do feel bad because we cool, so I ain't trying to end it like this."
And how does Jay Lee respond at 5:39 a.m.?
How we cool, and you barely want me to text you.
At this point, Jay Lee and Tim Herrington, from these messages, does it seem like
Objection to the speculation.
from these messages?
I don't know what the question is yet anyway, so phrase your question and then I'll vote on your objection if necessary.
Yes. Detective Baker, from these messages, which you reviewed as a part of your investigation, and as a police officer who regularly conducts investigations into crimes such as these, does it seem like these are the types Jay Lee and Mr. Herrington are in a relationship wherein they hang out regularly and Jay Lee, they're in a good place?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm gonna deny the objection, I'll rule your objection, I'll let you testify.
Does it seem like the two are in a good place in their relationship?
No, it doesn't. Generally in a relationship, two people like to talk to each other, text and so forth. So based on this message, when one person doesn't want the other to text them, I would say no.
So let's continue on at 5:39 a.m. What is Mr. Harrington's response?
I'm saying you're a cool person.
And at 5:40, what is Jay Lee's response?
When the last time you fucked somebody and don't lie?
And 5:39, let's see, what's I believe Mr. Harrington's response?
A few weeks ago.
And the next response from Jay Lee?
Raw or condom?
So as the conversation continues on 5:44 a.m., what does Jay Lee state?
Only way I see you again is if I'm getting head in the front.
And at 5:45 a.m., what is Mr. Harrington's response?
It just responds with
And then,
and then says okay.
and what is Jay Lee's response at 5:45 a.m.?
He has, Tim, what you keep deleting, and that's it, just okay.
And at 5:46 a.m., what is Mr. Harrington's response?
I misspelled something, and okay, I'll do it.
And at 5:48 a.m., what is Jay Lee's response?
YK, if you try something fast, it won't end up good for you, right?
And at 5:48 a.m., what is Mr. Harrington's response?
WYM, something fast?
And what does Jay Lee say in response at 5:48 to Mr. Harrington?
Like try to hurt me or some shit?
And what is Mr. Harrington's response?
I know.
And then at 5:51 a.m., what is Jay Lee's response?
Possibly later tonight.
So at this point, per these messages, has Jay Lee agreed to go back over to Timothy Harrington's apartment that morning?
No, he has not agreed to go back over there that morning. He's just going to maybe tonight.
And what is Mr. Harrington's response to that?
LOL, I just told you I'm leaving later today.
And what is Jay Lee's response?
LOL, okay, we finna see if you lying.
And what does Mr. Harrington say?
Yes, lying about.
And continue on and tell us the rest of what Jay Lee says.
So Jay Lee at 5:54 says making it up. Then he says I'm coming.
So at that point, is that per these messages when Jay Lee agrees to come over to Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Yes, that is.
And per your interview with Mr. Harrington, did Jay Lee come back over to his apartment?
He did.
And I believe that was at 5:54 a.m. After Jay Lee has now agreed, well, before that, did he immediately agree to go per these messages?
No, it wasn't just right away. It's still a few minutes. It was still a few minutes before he left.
Maybe should you speak into the mic? Per these messages, did Jay Lee immediately agree to go to Mr. Harrington's apartment when he first asked him to come back?
No, he did not.
Okay, and he finally agreed at 5:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what is the next thing that happens in the timeline?
At 5:57 a.m., Mr. Herrington searches in Google, does a Google search, how long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito?
And tell me, where was this information pulled from?
This information was pulled from his cell phone, his MacBook. They were on both items.
And was it also in any search warrants that were received during the course of the investigation?
Yes, it was also on the Google search warrant as well.
And you said Gabby Petito. What did you learn about how this search might have taken place?
That it's, as you start typing in how long does it take to strangle someone, as you start typing it into the search bar, Google tries to guess what you're putting in. And as you're putting these words in, the first thing that populates is how does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito, right under the search bar there.
And have you recently performed that same search?
Yes, I have.
And does the same thing happen today?
I think that it's irrelevant at this point in time.
I'm gonna allow her to ask you.
She said that if you've recently done it, that's not relevant to this case.
I'm gonna allow her to ask you. I know it's a record for the objection for the record.
And does the same thing happen when you do the search today?
Yes, the same thing happens.
And at this time, I would like the witness to perform a demonstration of that search and the auto population.
You can do it back on the same time frame that my client did, it's not relevant to this jury.
Your Honor, he stated that
Hang on
that's
a second. Hang on a second.
We can do it part of this
I'm
investigation.
gonna, I think we've heard enough testimony on that issue anyway. Move on. Stand your objection.
Detective Baker. Did you perform this search at the time of this investigation back in July of 2022?
I did.
And when you perform this search, is that how you know it auto-completes to Gabby Petito?
That's correct.
So, what is the next thing that takes place? And when you search that back in 2022, was there an answer to that question of how long it takes to strangle someone?
Yes, it was.
And do you remember what the time was?
Now, the objection to that is not whether or not there's an answer to it, it's whether or not my client searched the documents that were in the body of it. There's no testimonies, no evidence. He goes further down on his testimony.
I'm gonna let you lay a better foundation before moving on to that question.
When you search, how long does it take to strangle someone? Gabby Petito. Does a result come up?
It was a article that came up after you've searched that whole string of words there. It populates down. There was one of the first article, I forget what the name of the exact article was, but it was referring to the trial of Gabby Petito and someone testifying, an expert testifying, and within that little...
When you performed the search on your own back in 22, what phone did you use?
I used a computer.
You used the computer, okay. And when the results came up, did you have to click on them to see an answer to the question?
If I recall, yes, I think you have to click on the, because it gives you a list. It gives, that was the first one, how long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito, and it gives you some other guesses. But yes, you have to either hit return, hit enter, or click on the the top one there, how long did it take Strangles Gabby Tito to bring up the articles.
So now if you would please look back at your screen and let me know, what are we looking at here at 5:57 a.m.? We're still in July 8th.
Yes, so this is a Google search that Mr. Herrington did right after he did the strangle search. It does pre-workout boost testosterone.
And tell me, was that significant to you all in your investigation?
Yes, I found it kind of significant because looking through the phone extractions, we've got messages, calls, social media activity from Mr. Herrington all through the night. One thing that pre-workout does is it's a caffeine, it's a stimulant, it's to get you up, going, kind of wake you up.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation on that.
Your Honor, that's-
Oh, you're talking about something particular on this screen here?
Yeah, you trying to explain what would happen if you did something after you searched something, you acted on something that you searched.
Your Honor, that is not what he's stating. I asked the witness, why was this significant? He started to say
Let
that
me back up here. Why is what significant?
the search does pre-workout boost testosterone.
I'll let you rephrase your question, indicate exactly what search you're talking about, okay?
Yes. Detective Baker, why was the search, this pre-workout boost testosterone, significant to you all in your investigation?
Yes, because he, according to the cell phone extraction, according to the messages and so forth, Mr. Herrington had been up for a long time. He'd been up most of the night, having conversations with other people, and as we see with Jay Lee. Therefore, pre-workout, just because I've taken it before and I understand what pre-workout is, it's to give you energy and so forth to do a workout.
I'll sustain the objection anyway.
As the investigation proceeds forward, what is the next thing in our timeline?
So at 6:03 July the 8th, that morning, Jimmie Lee's last Snapchat message was sent to Timothy Herrington, which stated open.
And per your interview with Mr. Harrington, did Jay Lee return to his apartment on July 8th?
Yes, he did.
And after this Snapchat message sent by Jay Lee, did Jay Lee ever send another Snapchat message that you saw in the investigation?
No, he did not.
So I see here this says 6:08 a.m. to 6:12 a.m. And tell me if I'm correct. At 6 a.m., you have the latitude and longitude ping location of Jay Lee's cell phone in the area of Campus Walk Apartments. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then at 6:03 a.m., you have the ping location of Jay Lee's cell phone in the area of Lafayette Place Apartments.
Objection, Your Honor. That's the characterization of the testimony you gave. You've been through this.
Your Honor, I believe I said ping location of the cell phone.
It's not the location of the cell phone, it's the location of the tower the cell phone is pinging on.
Correct. I will rephrase, Your Honor.
All right, rephrase.
At 6:03 a.m., you have the latitude and longitude of the ping location of the cell phone tower that Jay Lee's cell phone is pinging in the area of Tim Harrington's Lafayette Place apartment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, at 6:12 a.m., you have the latitude and longitude of the ping location of that Jay Lee's cell phone is pinging off a tower in the area of Tim Harrington's Lafayette Place apartment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your interview with Tim Harrington, were you able to confirm that he did, in fact, come back over to Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Yes.
And if you could tell me, what is the length of time it takes to get from Campus Walk Apartments to Lafayette Place Apartments?
Not very long. It's about 0.3 miles away, so, and it's a straight shot. It would not take very long at all.
So what occurs next in our timeline?
Right, so at 6:38 a.m., Mr. Harrington searched Walmart in Apple Maps, the Maps app on an Apple phone,
And where did you pull this information from?
from his cell phone extraction.
Did Mr. Harrington end up going to Walmart?
Yes, he did.
And were you able to confirm that in your interview with Mr. Harrington?
Yes, I did.
How long or when did Mr. Harrington go to Walmart?
It was, I can't remember the exact time he got there, but the duct tape was bought at 6:49 a.m.
Okay, so we're now looking at the next slide, and I believe the earliest time on here is what you just testified regarding. The Walmart receipt and video at 6:49 a.m., which I believe is already in evidence. That receipt and video, following that, where does Mr. Harrington go, and how were you able to confirm that?
Then Mr. Harrington takes, in his Ford Escape, he leaves Walmart and goes out to Highway 6 to the Link's apartments where the box truck was parked at the time. And he brings the box truck back into town, passes the Kokomo's gas station there at 6:57 in the box truck.
And so were you able to view footage, I believe that's already been put into evidence, showing Mr. Harrington driving past Kokomo's to the Links? Were you?
Yes, going to the Links, yes.
And that was where the box truck was parked?
Yes,
And were you also able to view footage of Tim Harrington then driving back towards Lafayette Place?
yes.
And what time did Tim Harrington make it back to Lafayette Place?
7:02 a.m.
Now, what are we looking at here? Let me go back. So Detective Baker, I believe you just testified that Timothy Harrington arrived back at his apartment at 7:02 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
How did you learn that information?
Through his cell phone data location.
So tell us what happened.
I'll sustain the objection. That's some further basis being laid.
In Mr. Harrington's interview, did he state that he went back to Lafayette Place apartment after leaving Walmart?
Yes, he did.
So, Detective Baker, I believe the next time here is 7:18 a.m. What do we see at 7:18 a.m.?
Jay Lee's car passing rainbow cleaners.
And at that time, there was video footage that you reviewed showing that?
It was.
And then, and what road is this tracking Rainbow Cleaners is on? What road is that?
It's Jackson Avenue.
And the next time I see is 7:21 a.m. What did you view from there?
Jay Lee's car headed eastbound, passing Rebel Drive on Jackson Avenue, passing the Rebel Drive intersection.
And at 7:23 a.m., what were you able to view at that time?
I viewed that Lee's car was traveling in a northward direction, passing CB Webb Housing Authority and also Rockets Quick Mart.
And I see you have this here in the corner, 7:28 a.m. Detective or Sergeant Ben Douglas had performed an exigency ping on Jay Lee's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at 7:28 a.m., the location of Jay Lee's phone ping tower is in the area over here. And what area is that?
So it would be the Stone Park and the residential college south.
I believe our next time up here is 7:25 a.m. What are you able to view, or what did you view at 7:25 a.m. in reference to Jay Lee's car?
Jay Lee's car entered Molly Bar Trails at 7:25 a.m.
And at 7:34 a.m., what were you able to view on that same video in relation to Mr. Herrington?
Mr. Herrington was running out of Molly Bar Trails at 7:34.
And how were you able to corroborate that Mr. Herrington was running out of Molly Bar Trails at that time?
Through the Rockets video.
And on that video, was Mr. Herrington picked up by anyone?
Yes, he was picked up by Keziah Carter.
And were you able to question Keziah Carter or maybe other detectives, you let me know, Keziah Carter, regarding picking up Mr. Herrington?
Yes, we did.
And did he confirm that he picked up Tim Herrington?
He did confirm that he picked up Timothy Herrington.
So what are we looking at here around the 7:34 a.m. mark on July 8th?
So this is just a screenshot of, or a picture screenshot of Mr. Herrington running out of Molly Bar Trails. And he's got a gray hoodie on, and he also has what appears to me to be another shirt wrapped around his neck as he's running. The significance of that to me is, you can see it a lot better. I have to blow it up, but watching the video, you can see a lot better that that shirt was a light gray. And if he'd been running the route and running as long as he said he was in an 86-degree temperature with 70% humidity, he would have been sweating a lot more. And then you could have been able to see that on camera, that the front of the hoodie, the back of the hoodie would have been a darker gray color with the sweat. And also the secondary, what appears to be shirt, could have been used to drape over Jay Lee's steering wheel to keep his fingerprints and touch DNA from it.
Your Honor, he stated it could have been used, and he's a police officer. They make these determinations in their investigations, Your Honor. He's not giving any scientific testimony.
I'm not gonna let him talk about this particular item of clothing. He can talk about general police practice and what he might know anyway.
Now, what was the temperature and humidity in Oxford that morning?
It was approximately 86 degrees with 70% humidity.
And did you look that up back in July 2022?
It was sometime after that, but it's a historical website that you can actually go back in time and put in your date and time, and it will tell you what the temperature, humidity, and so forth was like.
And was there anything significant about the way that Jay Lee's car was parked at Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, it was. His wheels were turned to the left, kind of all the way turned to the left, and it was also parked on top of a parking space line.
Why was that significant?
To me, it's significant as an investigator that it would show that someone came in kind of hurriedly, in a hurry to park into a parking space. They didn't take the time to back up, straighten their wheels, make sure they're in between the parking spaces, and so forth.
Could you look through these photos and sort of pick out the ones that show what you're referring to?
Let me go in and see them for you.
They're already in evidence, sir.
Reference exhibit under there. You would be reference exhibit.
What exhibit is it?
I believe this is S. I believe it would be on the total seat. It would be S13. And Check Baker, could you please pick out the photos that show what you're referring to? Now, Detective Baker, I'm showing what has been previously introduced into evidence as S13. Please, looking at this, tell me what it was you're referring to, and tell me if this is the right picture.
Yes, it is.
So what were you describing again?
So I was describing the wheels being turned all the way to the left. Same thing there. Wheels turned all the way to the left. You just tell that the wheels are turned to the left, and the same thing there.
Now we'll get back to our timeline, Detective Baker. Now, what are we looking at here? What happens next in our timeline?
All right, so next in the timeline, Mr. Herrington leaves Oxford and goes to Grenada, Mississippi.
And how did you all learn that Mr. Herrington went to Grenada, Mississippi?
So how we learned that was we got financial records for Mr. Herrington, and we learned that he had made an ATM withdrawal from Renaissance Bank on 7/8/6, I forget the exact time, 6 something in the evening. And then we got the video surveillance from that ATM at Renaissance Bank. And in that video, we learned that Tim Herrington got out of a box truck.
Is that how you all?
I understand that none of these videos have been introduced in evidence.
Your Honor, we
Other
affirm.
than,
They were ID'd on the best I can remember.
Your Honor, the detective personally viewed these videos, and he can testify to what he did in the investigation. The RNS cleaners video actually has, I believe, been, I think for ID purposes, has been introduced. Before we show that video, we will officially introduce that video into evidence.
objection.
Okay.
What about the other one? Got Wade? Okay. And you got, still guilty.
Your Honor, I was
I'm
going to.
going to generally let him testify about what, y'all come here a second anyway, make sure. go ahead and get just a little bit more done. Food probably won't be cold anyway. Let's go ahead and get just a little bit more done.
So, I believe where we left off is that you all learned that Mr. Herrington went to Grenada from viewing surveillance footage from a Renaissance bank. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And is that how you also first learned about the box truck?
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, looking at this slide that you created, I see various locations. Let's start with the GW Steel location. Did you view any footage showing Mr. Herrington in the box truck at GW Steel location?
We did view video of the box truck headed south on 7.
And for the phone dump, and if you, I don't know, you tell me, was there any phone ping tower location for Mr. Herrington's phone in that same area?
Not other than an Apple Maps trip.
When you say an Apple Maps trip, what do you mean?
I mean that when you pull up the map on your Apple phone and you're looking for directions to a certain place, you can put in your directions or put in a place that you want to go, either an address or the name of that place, and it sends you from your location to that place. It gives you directions to that place. And so previously, before Mr. Herrington had left Oxford, he had put a trip from Oxford to Lincoln Road in his phone.
So you, from the cell phone dump of Mr. Harrington's phone, you were able to see a trip that he had made or created in Apple Maps from Oxford to Grenada.
That's correct.
Okay. And did that pass GW Steel building?
Yes.
And you viewed video showing the box truck passing GW Steel building?
Yes, we have.
So I believe the next time is the 9:30 at R&S Cleaners.
Yes.
Were you able to view video footage of Mr. Herrington at R&S Cleaners?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before I go further, what is Mr. Harrington's connection to Grenada?
He grew up in Grenada. He's got family there. His parents live in Grenada and so forth.
So we're going to continue going throughout his movements, or at least the movements that you were able to track here. At 9:30 a.m., it says McDonald's and Burger King, Herrington passed. Were you able to view footage from McDonald's and Burger King of the box truck passing McDonald's and Burger King?
Yes, we did.
We had, not really objected to the extent, we had never been provided any work for McDonald's. They're both at exactly the same time, about 2 miles apart. Somebody passed at 9:30 on both of them. That's what I've heard about Burger King.
Let me ask this.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, this is in the police reports. If I know that they had various motions to compel. If they were missing this footage, then they should have stated that. It's not new information, Your Honor.
I'm just saying, is there footage of that? Did they take the video or just look at the video?
My understanding is that they took a video or a screenshot, something like that.
I'm gonna let me something for cross-examination. You can move on.
I see at 9:38 you have that Herrington headed west on Wade Incorporated. Were you able to view footage from that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And it showed the box truck passing that.
Correct.
And then we get over to 9:40 to 10:17. You have Lincoln Road, and I see that you have a latitude and longitude location. Is this the location of from Mr. Harrington's phone? Is that where that information was pulled from?
Yes.
And is that the cell phone tower ping location of Mr. Harrington's phone?
Yes.
From 9:40 to 10:17 a.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you able to determine in your investigation if Mr. Herrington has any connections to Lincoln Road?
Yes, we did. Mr. Herrington has an aunt that lives on Lincoln Road, also has another uncle and aunt that lives on Lincoln Road as well.
And kind of describe the area over there. Did you go over to the area behind Lincoln Road or over by Lincoln Road?
Yes, I've viewed the area, yes. There's, it's one way in, one way out. It's a dead end road, kind of like a neighborhood around the road. But at the north part of that neighborhood, it dead ends into a big wooded area there. And Yellowbusher River runs through that wooded area and so forth.
So the next slide I'm going to go to, and this time I would be moving to enter into evidence the RS Cleaners video, if it hasn't already been. I know it was marked for,
About this one, right? You said the cleaners unit?
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know that was it marked for ID or entered in and she testified?
Let me find it.
I believe it was number,
No objection, other than our previously stated objections to being in each job.
yes.
S-45 RNS cleaners video was admitted as evidence.
Okay.
After the meeting. That's right.
Yes, they both been issued. I was just gonna go to it.
Before we start on that video, let's let them give them a lunch
Yeah, I'm
break
looking at
anyway.
it. Yeah.
All right, y'all be queuing that up for after lunch. The lunch is here, and we're going to take a lunch break until 1 o'clock. Mr. Baker, you remain going to go, since you're on stand, don't discuss your testimony with anyone. I had a good lunch. I hope y'all did too anyway. I think we made the same meeting, so mine was good. Plus, no one has any problem with instructions. If you have any problems, let me know, okay? Mr. Baker, you remain under the same oath, and you may continue your direct examination.
Detective Baker, since we had that break for lunch, and if you were looking at the slide in front of you, I think we just got into the part where Mr. Herrington has made it into Grenada. Are you aware of what time Mr. Herrington left Oxford, Mississippi to go into Grenada?
It would have been between 8:10, 8:30, somewhere in that range.
All right. And I believe you had previously testified that he made an Apple Maps trip going through, passing GW Steel, and that the first place that was stopped at, and that was around 9:14, was RS Cleaners at 9:30. Were you able to view surveillance footage from that stop?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, I would play State's Exhibit, I believe it's State's Exhibit, let me pull it. The RNS Cleaners video.
Which one is this?
Just the cleaners exhibit.
Yes.
All right, that's 45, I think.
I believe it would be State's Exhibit 46. Yeah, it's right here. So, Detective Baker, is this RNS Cleaners?
Yes, it is.
Have you previously reviewed this footage?
Yes, I have.
So you were able to confirm that Mr. Herrington did stop at RNS Cleaners?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Are we waiting to see? And I'll just wait, so if you can tell me when he comes in.
Okay.
Did you say 45 or 46?
It says S45.
Okay, that's what I had.
All right, that's Mr. Herrington entering the cleaners.
All right. Let me go back to the previous slide. I believe the next place that, per the timeline, after RNS Cleaners, is he travels up past Burger King. I believe at before the break, we were talking about footage. Did you review footage from Burger King?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, our objection hasn't been provided in discovery at this point in time, and also the
Same objection on the 90211.
Y'all come here and let me see what we arguing about.
That marks right here. Actually, the actual. So it's. I'm handing the witness what has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 97. Detective Baker, did you have an opportunity to view the surveillance on that jump drive?
Yes,
And did it accurately depict what you saw of Timothy Harrington's truck driving by the Burger King in Grenada?
yes,
I believe back to our slideshow, the next place was the Wade Incorporated at 938. Now, are we following Mr. Harrington's box truck through Grenada?
yes, that's correct.
Same procedure on this one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. Detective Baker, I'm handing you what has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 98. Does that contain the footage that you reviewed from Wade Incorporated in Grenada?
Yes,
And you were able to see Timothy Harrington's box truck drive past that as well?
that's correct.
Now, I believe the next location that we referred to was the Lincoln Road location. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to view surveillance showing Mr. Harrington's truck driving on Lincoln Road as well?
Yes,
Handing the witness what has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 99. Detective Baker, does that contain the video surveillance from Lincoln Road that showed Timothy Harrington's box truck driving?
yes,
Thank you. And I believe previously, you pulled this latitude and longitude here from the data dump of Timothy Harrington's phone. Would that be correct?
that's correct.
And then did you then plot that latitude and longitude on a map
Yes,
to figure out where the location was?
yes,
And you can say the general location of the phone ping is on Lincoln Road?
That's correct.
And was that consistent with the footage that you reviewed as well?
Yes, it was.
Following, I believe we left off at Lincoln Road. When we last left before lunch, you stated that the phone ping data did not leave Lincoln Road until I believe it was turn off the thing. Until it was, I believe you stated, or 10:17, from 9:40 to 10:17. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. At 10:17, what direction did Mr. Herrington drive in?
So he headed south on Lincoln. Once he got to Highway 8 or Sunset Drive there, he goes east on Sunset Drive.
And is that back towards Wade Incorporated surveillance which we just referred to?
Yes.
And then, if I'm looking correctly, does he drive then past Burger King at 10:24?
That's correct.
And did you have an opportunity, and that was the surveillance we referred to?
Yes, it
Different.
is.
Okay. So then I believe the next location is at 10:29 at Emmanuel Baptist Church. That be correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. So, did you have an opportunity to review surveillance from Emmanuel Baptist Church showing Mr. Harrington's box truck passing by there?
I did.
Judge Baker, I'm handing you what's now been marked as State's Exhibit 100. When you reviewed that, did it show Timothy Harrington's box truck passing Emmanuel Baptist Church?
Yes, it did.
Okay. After that, I believe the next location was at 10:30, passing First Baptist Church. And did you have an opportunity to review surveillance from First Baptist Church?
I did.
And did it show Mr. Harrington's box truck passing First Baptist Church?
It did.
Are you aware, per the phone data information, what the ultimate end location of this trip was supposed to be?
Mr. Harrington's parents' residence.
And that's in Grenada on Broadmeadow.
That's correct.
Okay. Detective Baker, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 101. Does that contain the footage reviewed of Mr. Harrington's box truck passing First Baptist on his way to his parents' home?
Yes, it does.
And that would be in Grenada, Mississippi.
That's correct.
And I believe now,
The box truck passes where?
First Baptist Church in Grenada, Mississippi. Does Mr. Harrington make it to his parents' home?
Yes, he does.
And did you have an opportunity to view surveillance from there?
Yes, I was.
What are we looking at here?
It's a video from the neighbors across the street from Mr. Harrington's parents.
Would that be Mr. Christopher Klink?
It would be.
Okay. And what time did Mr. Harrington arrive? I believe his beginning location was out in Lincoln Road. Over to here, what time did he arrive at his parents' home?
At 10:34 a.m.
And are we going to see him arrive in this video?
You'll see the box truck arrive in this video, yes.
You just tell me when we see the box truck pull up, all right?
Is it moving?
Yes, Your Honor, you can see in the
I can't
top.
see it on my
Oh, I
screen.
think it
You got
stopped
something-
again. It was.
My screen, you got something blocking the timer on it.
Yeah, you can see up at the top that the time is moving. I believe it's loading at the same time, Your Honor, so it sometimes falls behind. We did over and over again yesterday. Yeah, I'm sure it's happening. Let me pull to the next one and see if it's going to do the same thing. You see it, what? Just stopped yesterday too, but eventually. I'm not sure what's happening. It loads up here, so you can see that the box truck is pulled out
Yeah.
there.
Is that the heat that's running?
Brief indulgence, Your Honor. I'm not sure
What
why.
now?
See, it stops, but then it goes. See, it's even doing it now. It stops and then it goes. We're having a few technical difficulties. Just give me a second.
I hadn't noticed.
Come on. We worked through it last night. Come on.
Has this video been introduced as a standalone exhibit? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, it has been already admitted as a standalone exhibit. So while Mr. Creekmore is looking for that, we will go on to the next, and we will pull that up. Once we find it, we'll pull that up. So as not to waste too much time. Detective Baker, if you could look at the slide in front of you while we're waiting to pull the original footage from when Mr. Herrington pulls up. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is from the same camera that we last discussed, and it's 10:46 a.m. Mr. Herrington exits the box truck in a white shirt, black shorts, and white and black shoes. He'll then stop in the driveway, brush his shoes off, and continue walking toward the house.
Was that significant to you when you first were doing this investigation?
Yes, it was. The shirt and stuff was kind of matching through the RS cleaners, which we had a close-up of his picture, so we knew that that was him. Also, wiping off his shoes and stuff appears that he had been somewhere where they had gotten dirty.
What he said.
And at this time, I will publish the jury state's exhibit 48, which is these videos without, hopefully without the technical difficulties.
48 has been previously admitted into evidence. It may, y'all got-
this one out. We'll just have to come back to those because I'm gonna go on with the. Oh, it wasn't in all the way. This one. Yeah. To pull up the first video, showing Tim Herrington's arrival, his parents' house. Is that this one? Tim Herrington. Okay. Okay, Detective Baker, now we've gotten over some of those technical difficulties. What are we about to see?
You're about to see Tim Herrington in the box truck drive up to his parents' residence.
And is that in the top left corner?
Yes, it is.
And I believe Tim Herrington, what does he do next?
He, he sits in the truck for a few minutes, and then he will eventually exit the vehicle and walk into the driveway up toward the house.
Second video. Oh, you got some. That's the, we jumped ahead.
This is just the trimmed down version. The one he pulls up.
When he gets out, I guess. Okay. Yes. I believe we're playing State's Exhibit 70, I believe it was 71, 41, 48. State's Exhibit 48. Is this what you were referring to, Mr. Harrington getting out of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And you said he was wiping off, he appeared to be wiping off his shoes.
That's correct.
Okay. As we continue on, what is the next thing that we will see?
Next thing we'll see is Mr. Harrington coming back out to the box truck from the house.
And what did you determine from watching this video that he was carrying?
A shovel.
And around what time was that?
That's going to be at about 10:53.
And what do we see him carry to the truck after that?
And then we'll see him roll a wheelbarrow out to the box truck.
We're trying to get that trim one. trend lines. Oh, this accident. 1, 2, 3. Actually, I think that one probably put on here. Okay. I believe we'll be able to get that one since it's a short clip, hopefully on the slideshow. Where we were. Okay. Going to play this. Is that what you were just referring to?
Yes, it is.
Baker? Now, after, I believe he arrived, you can remind me again, he arrived back at the home at what time? 10:34?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, what are we viewing here?
This is showing the ping location.
Of Timothy Herrington's phone,
Yes,
from what time to what time?
from 10:38 a.m. to 3:23 p.m.
All right. And as you can see, there's surveillance outside of the house. Were you able to see if Mr. Herrington remained at the home from 10:38 a.m. to 3:23 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. So I believe we are in our next sort of route. At 3:23 p.m., where does, per viewage of surveillance, Mr. Herrington, or the phone dump, you can explain where it came from, where does he go when he leaves at 3:23 p.m.?
all right, so 3:23, he leaves his parents' house, and he goes back, what I'd say, back up toward town, toward Grenada, toward the town area. And we see him at 3:25 p.m. passing First Baptist Church, 3:31 passing Dollar General, and then at 3:38 he's headed east on Highway 8 passing the Walgreens, and then at 3:40 he passes Lakeway Sporting Goods, still headed east. 10 minutes later, at 3:50, he's headed back west, passing Lakeway Sporting Goods.
If you could hold right there for a second. You viewed surveillance of the box truck going and passing these locations?
Yes.
Per Timothy Harrington's phone data, was there a Apple trips made to a certain location at this time?
There, let me refer to my notes for just a second, please.
Right.
I don't recall, right off the top of my head, looking at my notes, I don't recall if there was an Apple trip made at this time or not. I'm not for sure.
But Mr. Harrington he's from Grenada, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so he drove out east and then back west 10 minutes later, correct?
That's correct.
And then where do we go next?
Then he goes past Walgreens, 3:58, and then turns north on, I guess it's Commerce Street, 51, and passes Family Dollar at 4:01. We don't get any location from him or see him on camera or anything like that until.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't really understand.
Yes, so we don't get him on camera or anything like that after that until a little later on. But we did have a phone location.
Phone ping location for this location, the barbershop?
Yes,
Okay. And you said it was the general, of course, area of the phone ping in that location. Is that latitude and longitude?
yes,
And did you plot that yourself?
yes,
And were you able to corroborate that in any other way?
yes. So he had made a note earlier in the day on his phone to get a haircut, and he also had cashed out an individual that afternoon that was associated with the barbershop.
Okay, so after 4:41, I believe you said at 4:01 you viewed surveillance from the Family Dollar, but until 4:41 you don't see him on camera again. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said that the phone ping location data, or location from the phone, logged it in the area of the barbershop. Does the phone log, from your review of the records, all locations or just significant locations? How does it do it? Or what does it do?
Generally just significant locations, or when an app or something like that creates a significant location, if a trip was made, or like in a Maps app type thing, or if there's someone somewhere he's visited a good bit, there's kind of different parameters of why we consider it a significant location.
Okay, so now we're into July 8 at 4:41 p.m. Going to our next slide. Where should we be looking? What's the next significant time?
We'd be at the top there at Regions Bank.
Okay. And at Regions Bank, were you able to catch him on surveillance footage there?
Yes.
And what direction was he headed in?
It was headed west.
Would that be towards Wade Incorporated?
Yes, it would.
And I believe we had previously introduced the Wade Incorporated for ID, the Wade Incorporated video. So he then drives back out west towards Wade Incorporated.
That's correct.
And why is there a jump in time? You have 6:21 and 6:34. What's happening there?
He headed west out Highway 7 there. Of course, we don't have him on camera, but the next time we have him on camera is at 6:34, headed back east past Wade Incorporated.
And then after, do you know, are you aware of what's out there by Wade Incorporated?
Lincoln Road, where he was earlier, his grandfather's property. As far as being out further west, I'm not very familiar with the area.
So that's still in the area of like Lincoln Road, where I believe you said there was neighborhoods and some woods and access to the Yallabusha River?
Yes, that would have been north, yes.
So what's the next significant location, or that he was able to be caught on footage?
All right, from there we go to Burger King, headed east, still headed east. We go to Circle K, in the area of Circle K, at 6:53 p.m.
And I want to point to that latitude and longitude. Did you pull that data from the phone dump?
Yes, I did.
And did you plot that data, that latitude and longitude, to that location?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to corroborate that Mr. Herrington visited a Circle K through a receipt or anything else of that nature?
Yes, we were able to find a receipt. Or in his financial records, we saw that there was a purchase made there at Circle K.
The next significant location is where?
It'd be Renaissance Bank, where we saw him on the ATM, as we referenced earlier.
I believe you said, just so I'm clear, you saw him at the ATM?
Yes.
There? Is that when earlier before lunch you testified that you all had gotten his phone, or his, financial records, and there was an ATM transaction?
That's correct.
And you were able to pull the ATM video to confirm he was at Renaissance Bank at 6:57 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And where do we go next?
So from there, he's going back to his parents' residence. Got him on First Baptist Church, 7:12, and then arriving at his parents about 7:16.
Okay. So I want to show at this time, Your Honor, State's Exhibit. It's the Renaissance Bank video 44, which I believe has already been admitted into evidence.
It's been admitted, you can show it.
Is this the video you stated that y'all watched when you were doing the investigation, it actually let you know that he was in Grenada in the box truck?
Yes, it is.
I'll play that. Now, as we're watching that, earlier in the day, we saw Mr. Herrington. He's now come into town, gone home. He was wearing, what kind of shoes was he wearing earlier in the day?
It was white and black shoes. They appeared to be some kind of tennis shoes, basketball shoe type styles, what it looked like to me.
And in this video, now at 6:55 p.m., what shoes does he appear to have changed?
Yes, he appears to be wearing rubber boots or some kind of boot.
And I believe since the wheelbarrow and shovels were put into the car at his parents' house around 10 o'clock hour of July 8th, has he been to drop them back off yet?
No, he has not.
Now, I believe before we watched that Renaissance Bank video, we know that he made it back to his parents' home at the 7:18 be the time of that?
Yes, it would be about that time, yes.
Okay, you're showing here in your slide that the ping data for the phone is located at the home from 7:18 to 9:28. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that would be his parents' home?
His parents' home.
Okay, so were you able to confirm if, just like before, Tim Herrington stayed at the home with his phone, were you able to confirm at this time if he stayed at the home with his phone?
Not the whole time, no.
Okay. And what did you view that let you know that he left?
The neighbor video camera.
As the opposing counsel has been fond of saying, the phone is the location of the phone, correct?
Yes.
So at 7:41, where was his phone located?
At his parents' residence.
Sustain the objection.
I apologize.
Finish the question.
In what area was his phone data pinging?
In the area of his parents' house.
Okay. And I believe it just went by as we were watching. Somehow. We're going to watch. What are we going to see here?
Mr. Herrington walks out to the box truck and then pulls away from the driveway.
Do we see him unload the wheelbarrow and shovels at this time?
No.
So what is the significance of this slide?
So this is just a Google Earth map image referencing the neighborhood that Tim's parents live in. But then, as I've kind of been discussing here about the cameras and so forth, each time he went back north up toward town, and we were able to catch him on a camera somewhere very relatively close to those two ways that he would have went north, we'd have caught him on one or two cameras. However, when he left here, he was not captured on a camera at any location anywhere. And so the only place he could have went as he came out of his parents' house was, or the neighborhood, would have been south on Perry Road.
So the other footage we watch where we always see past one of the churches or something, there's only how many ways? 2 ways?
2 ways.
And that direction is back towards what?
What I would say back towards town, or back toward the main town center where all the shopping centers, the places of businesses are, and so forth.
And at 7, and have you been out to this neighborhood?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you were able to see that for yourself.
Yes.
Okay, and 7:41, when he pulls off, did you capture him on either of the other 2 cameras where you did before?
No, we did not.
Okay. What time does he then return to his parents' home?
8:35 p.m.
And is that what we're watching here?
Yes.
I think it's coming. So after Mr. Herrington returns to his parents' home, what do we see next?
All right, we see that he removes the wheelbarrow from the box truck at 8:40 p.m.
Oh, did I change it too early?
All right, he was walking back up the drive.
All right. So per the review of the data from Mr. Harrington's phone, what happens next?
Then he stays there at his parents' house for just a little while, and then he creates another Apple Maps trip from his parents' house to the links in Oxford, Mississippi.
And at the 10:49 time, were you able to confirm via the phone data that you reviewed if Mr. Harrington's phone ping data was in the general area of Lafayette Place Apartments?
Yes.
Now, we're still in the July 8th day. What else did you learn from Mr. Harrington's phone data?
All right, so July 8th, that night from 11:27 to 11:28, during that time frame, Mr. Harrington has looked up Mr. Lee's Twitter account again, looking at his account, replies, media, that type thing.
And Detective Baker, at this time in the investigation, had Jay Lee been reported missing by his mother?
Yes, by this time, yes.
Has anything been reported in regards to the community yet?
No, not yet.
So we're moving into July 10th. On July 10th, tell me what we're looking at on the left.
So on the left is UPD's press release that was released on Facebook on July the 10th at 2:40 p.m.
And the press release was in relation to what?
It was in relation to Jay Lee being missing. Had a picture of Jay Lee and also had a picture of his vehicle, asking if anyone had any information to contact the police.
So it was asking if anyone had seen Jay Lee or his car. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So had the car been located at Molly Bartrell's apartment as of July 10th at 2:40 p.m.?
No, it had not.
So if look us to the right, this picture here, what is that from?
This is from phone extraction, and it's a Google search for Molly Bar Apartments.
And that would be the phone extraction of Timothy Harrington's phone?
Yes, it is.
And when was that search conducted per your review of the phone extraction?
At 3:10 p.m. on July the 10th.
And that's of Molly Bartrell's apartments?
Yes, it's Molly Bar Apartments, Oxford, Mississippi, is what he searched.
And in your review of, I believe you all got a portion of Mr. Harrington's Google search history. Had you ever seen him search Molly Bar Apartments before?
No, I did not.
And had the car been reported to have been found at Molly Bar yet?
No, it has not been reported to be found yet.
So we are now still in July 10th. On the left, what are we looking at?
Looking at a Google search, Ole Miss student found in lake at 4:36 p.m.
And on the right, what are we looking at?
At people.com, Ali Costiel murder article at 4:33 p.m.
I believe earlier, well, you wouldn't know this technically, but earlier in the trial, there's been some testimony regarding Ali Costiel. Can you tell us who was Ali Costiel?
Ali Costiel was a Ole Miss student that was murdered by her boyfriend, and her body was found out by Sardis Lake.
In your review of Timothy Harrington's phone data and Google data, had you ever found him prior to after Jay Lee went missing? searching up true crime or looking into any kind of murder articles, anything like that?
No, I did not see any articles like that.
What were the things that Mr. Herrington primarily Googled or searched for prior to Jay Lee being missing?
He searched clothing, famous people. He also searched workout stuff, things of that nature.
And still in July 10th at 4:53 p.m., what is Mr. Herrington looking at?
He views a FoxNews.com article on Ali Castillo's murder.
Now we're into 10:37 p.m. on July 10th. What are we looking at here? It's the first time we've seen this kind of screen.
So this is a Facebook search warrant returns. There to the left is what the record would look like as they sent it to us. Of course, the middle there is just a blown up portion of part of that record, which shows a Facebook search of Tony Faris at 10:37 p.m.
And on July 10th?
On July 10th, yes.
And who is Tony Faris?
He is an attorney.
And who did he represent?
He represented Ali Castillo's murder. I forget the guy's name.
We're still in July 10th. Were there any further, tell us what we're looking at actually, just tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so this here is another Facebook return record there on the left. And it was July the 10th, 11:46 p.m. And on the right is what it looked like, the Oxford press release on July the 10th of Oxford Police Department. The search that was conducted on Facebook was Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
And at this time, is this the first time Oxford Police Department had shared, I guess, UPD's press release?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, does Mr. Herrington also Google other things that same day?
Yes, he does.
But prior to Jay Lee's disappearance, had he, from the records we have, Googled Oxford Police Department?
No, not that I recall.
We're into July 11th. This is a different kind of record that we're looking at. What are we looking at here?
So this was pulled from the phone extraction. Mr. Herrington did some Google searches on Monday, July the 11th at different times. And all these times here is just to show that although many times he searched Molly Bar apartments or Molly Bar trails.
And on July 11th, is that when OPD and UPD discovered that Jay Lee's vehicle was at Molly Bar apartments, trails?
Yes, so we discovered that on the 10th. On July 10th, late in the evening, that Jay Lee's car had been found by bandit towing at Molly Bar Trails. It was at 2 p.m. on July the 11th that OPD and UPD did a joint press release advising that Jay Lee's car had been found at Molly Bar Trails.
So that's the first time it was put out for the public?
That's correct.
And also on July 11th, following the 2:00 p.m. joint press release, what do we have that Mr. Herrington is searching?
He also searched Ole Miss Police Department at 10:02 p.m. on July the 11th.
We're going into July 12th, and tell us what we're looking at here.
Some more searches on Facebook. On July the 12th at 4:01 a.m. and 7:32 a.m., he searched Jimmie Lee in Facebook a couple times there during that day.
And at this time, what is the Oxford Police Department primarily posting about?
Primarily posting about information about Jay Lee, the press releases, the asking for information from the public of anyone who's been in contact or seen Jay Lee recently.
And did you all ever receive any tips from Timothy Herrington at that time in regards to your press release?
Not from Timothy Herrington, no.
Now we're into July 13th. What are we looking at here?
Facebook records from July 13th at 4:56 p.m. Mr. Herrington had searched in Facebook, Oxford, Mississippi Police Department, and that's a representation of what was posted on the 13th of 2022.
And what is it that was posted at that time?
It was a statement from Mr. Lee asking the public for help in locating his son.
So at this time, were you all receiving tips to possibly help in the Jay Lee disappearance, the investigation?
That's correct.
So other people were reporting in.
Yes, we were getting tips from other people, yes.
Going to July 14th, what are we looking at here?
July 14th, this is a Facebook search at 1:02 a.m. and 1:48 p.m. for Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
Okay, and what was Oxford Police Department posting on their Facebook at that time?
This was an update on this case, talking about Crime Stoppers pledged money for anyone with information that led to Lee being found, and how to get a hold of us and so forth.
And so at this time, again, Oxford Police is still primarily posting about the disappearance of Jay Lee.
Yes, that's correct. And I also will say that if you see down there in the beige part there, it's kind of giving an update on what had been done by the police department in the search for Jay Lee.
At this point, is it safe to say that Timothy Herrington keeps up with the investigation as it goes along?
Yes.
So July 15th, what are we looking at here?
Another Facebook records from the returns, 12:48 a.m., 1:08 a.m., 4:52. He's searching Jimmie Lee and different spellings. First one was a Y, second one's IE, then the hashtag Jimmie Lee and hashtag find Jimmie Lee.
July 16th,
Another Facebook return where there's searches of Oxford, Mississippi Police Department, Jimmie Lee.
and again, at this time, have you all heard any tips from Timothy Herrington regarding Jay Lee's disappearance?
No, we did not have any tips from Timothy Herrington related to his disappearance.
And also at this time, had you all even yet discovered the connection between Timothy Herrington and Jay Lee?
No, not by this date, no.
July 17th, what are we looking at here?
It's another Facebook search at 5:31, 5:34 of Oxford Police Department and Jimmie Lee.
July 18th, same thing?
Same thing. Jimmie Lee Ole Miss, Jimmie J. Lee, Jimmie Lee J. Lee, Jimmie Lee. Those were 10:15 a.m., 10:16 a.m. in that time frame.
And is UPD and OPD continuously requesting that the public help in finding Jay Lee?
Yes.
July 19th,
Some more Facebook searches, Oxford Police Department, 5:13, 11 p.m.
and if you could make sure to speak into the microphone a little and repeat that, I couldn't hear you very
Sorry,
well.
more Facebook searches of Oxford, Mississippi Police Department at 5:13 p.m. and 11 p.m.
And to the right there, what is that?
That is what was posted on Oxford's Facebook page on July the 19th, which is another press release, and it says as of July 19th, and it kind of gives a short synopsis, if you will, of what the officers have been doing in the investigation.
July 20th, what are we looking at here?
Other Facebook searches, 8:18 p.m., 8:33 p.m., Oxford, Mississippi Police Department.
And again, Oxford Police Department is primarily posting about the disappearance of Jay Lee and the investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware of what the other posts, if there are a couple, what are they about?
There were, I think we might have been posting crime stats back then. That was one post. forget exactly what the others were, but the main majority of those posts during this time frame had been seeking information and help from the public on Jay Lee.
And in your review of Mr. Herrington's search history on Facebook and Google prior to this, was he consistently searching Oxford Police Department?
Yes.
Prior to when?
Prior to, I'm sorry, will you ask the question again? Sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't clear. Prior to this, I said prior to this. Prior to July 8th, when Mr. Jay Lee went missing, from your review of the phone dump, the Facebook searches, and the search of the Google searches, was Mr. Herrington searching Oxford Police Department repeatedly?
No.
And what are we looking at here?
Here is Facebook during the returns on July the 20th at 8:18 p.m. and 8:51 p.m. He searched on Facebook Mississippi Today. Mississippi Today Today had an article on the disappearance and the investigation and what was being released and so forth. Kind of had a running timeline, if you will, on their website as in part of this article.
And on July 21st, what took place in regards to the investigation?
On July the 21st, we, actually late July the 20th, we figured out who, that Red Eye _24 had contacted Jimmie J. Lee, and through the Snapchat, and then on into the 21st, we go through the process and the steps of identifying Timothy Herrington as Red Eye _24.
And when was Mr. Herrington ultimately arrested?
On July the 22nd.
Now, Detective Baker, I want to go through some other parts of the investigation. Were there any other persons of interest in this case?
Yes.
Well, before you get into that list, sort of just define for me, what is a person of interest or a suspect? Are there differences just in police terms? What does that mean?
Just a person of interest would be somebody that we would, like a tip would come in, or just somebody that would be interested in looking into if they had anything to do with Jimmie Lee's disappearance. And then some people use them interchangeably, person of interest, some people think of it as persons of interest. I think of it as person of interest. It's not really somebody who's reached the level of being a suspect. That there's some evidence here. Really need to look into them a little deeper. Could be a suspect. It kind of just depends. But a person of interest, yes, we had several persons of interest.
So, kind of tell me about the first one. All other suspects or person of interest other than Timothy Herrington that you all checked into.
One was a J-born Bester.
And were you able to ultimately clear J-born Bester?
Yes, we did.
First, tell me why was he a person of interest?
UPD had gotten a tip kind of after the first initial press release had went out, and they received a tip that from a former student that Bester had assaulted that former student before, and thought that Bester could be a suspect in this case based off of his past experiences.
So someone, to be clear, they had a past assault experience with Mr. Bester, and so they just thought maybe he could be involved.
Yes.
Were you ever able to find any indication or connection, digitally or otherwise, between J-born Bester and Jay Lee?
No.
So was he ultimately interviewed and cleared?
Yes, that's correct, he was.
So tell me about someone else or who was a person of interest or suspects in this case.
Early on in the case, Jose Reyes was a person of interest, basically just because the family at the time didn't know a whole lot about Jose, but thought that he might have been Jay Lee's boyfriend at the time. So we run down every avenue that we can. So we talked to him. and end up clearing him and figured out that no, they're just really good friends and so forth.
So, to be clear, Jay Lee's family believed maybe they were dating, and is sort of a partner or relationship the first person you look into in these kinds of investigations?
Yes.
And you said you were able to run it down, and did Jose provide anything for you to look into to clear him as a suspect?
Yes, he gave us his whereabouts. He told us his whereabouts, and then also his phone data. We were able to look through his phone.
Okay. And so did everything check out as to Jose's location? Where was he in the, I guess, time between 5:58 a.m. and 7 a.m.?
He was with his, I believe it was in Potts Camp, where he's from, with his partner.
So tell me about another suspect or person of interest that you all looked into.
LeBroderick Peterson.
And why was he a person of interest?
So LeBroderick was a person of interest because he was one of the people that had texted Jay Lee early in that morning or late in that night of the 7th, 8th. He was one of the recent contacts in Jay Lee's phone records.
So I'm going to ask that. Y'all never got Jay Lee's phone, correct?
Correct, his CDR phone records, call detail records.
So you were able to get that information from Jay Lee's call detail records?
Yes.
And were you ever able to clear LeBroderick Peterson as a suspect?
Yes. Did a phone extraction as well. And by his testimony and cooperation with the phone extraction, he had gone to Memphis, South Haven area that night, late the 7/7 into 7/8 morning, and then he had actually went over to Clarksdale in the Delta area and was not here in Oxford.
So who was the next person that you all looked into?
So we talked to Khalid Veers. Of course, he was one of the first one or one of the last ones to talk to him. In a murder investigation or in a missing persons investigation, you got to clear everybody. You got to kind of go look through anybody that you can. And so we talked to Khalid, and of course it was a quick way to clear him. He was at work during the time the murder took place.
Do you remember where he worked?
At the hospital, Baptist Hospital here in Oxford.
And when the press release was first let out, I believe July 11th. Was it July 11th?
July 10th.
July 10th. Thank you for correcting me. Did you hear from Khalid soon after the police requested information?
Yes, Khalid had called the university and reported his conversation with Jay Lee the early morning of July 8th.
And tell me, was there any other person of interest that you looked into?
It's looked into a Kent Ware.
And why was a Kent Ware a person of interest?
There was a note once Jay Lee's apartment was searched. There was a note laying in the apartment, and it was kind of had something spilled on, or you couldn't quite make it out, a lot of it, but you could make out that that Kent Ware had come back into Jay Lee's life. And so we looked into him based on that note, and there was no evidence that he contacted Jay Lee or had spoken recently at all with him.
And were you able to tell when that note was written, or if it was a recent note or anything of that nature?
No, I could not.
So there's no evidence that there was any recent contact. By recent, what do you mean?
I mean, within the time frame of the murder or a few days before.
What about Blaine Brown? I believe some testimony has come forward regarding him. Who is he, and was he a person of interest?
Blaine Brown was one of the last people that there was digital communication between him and Lee, him and Jay Lee. But he was also cleared by call detail records. He was around in the area of his apartment at the archives.
So tell me, Lee lives at Campus Walk, is that right?
Yes,
And Timothy Herrington lived at Lafayette Place, is that right?
that's correct.
And I believe what we see is that those two are kind of north and south of each other, right?
Yes.
Where is the archives in relation to that?
The archives would be about in a southeast direction, the south side of town, toward the south side of town.
And I believe you said through phone, his phone, you were able to clear that he was not in the area of Campus Walk or Lafayette Place?
Correct, through his call detailed records, yes.
And was there anything in your investigation that shows that Jay Lee might have gone towards the archives department?
No, nothing.
Is the archives close to Molly Bar Trails?
No.
Now, tell me about any other persons of interest or suspects.
We also looked into Timberland Mathis.
Okay. Tell me, why was Timberland Mathis a suspect?
He was also one of the last the last few people that had contacted Lee in his contact list. And Jay Lee had actually sent him a message earlier in the night. And Mr. Mathis didn't receive it until he had gotten off work at 5 o'clock. He responded, did not get an answer from Lee, but he was also cleared by his phone extraction, and his locations showed that he was around his residence. He had been at work earlier in the night and then was around his residence.
Where was his residence?
It was north of town out in the county.
So was it anywhere near Campus Walk Apartments or Lafayette Place Apartments?
No,
Was it anywhere near Molly Bar Trail Apartments?
no.
And you said his phone records. Was there anything specific about what you saw in the phone data that helped to clear Timberland Mathis?
Well, his location.
Well, regarding what he was looking at.
Objection to leave.
I'm gonna give it a little leeway, go ahead.
Was Timberland Mathis looking at anything in particular while at his home?
Yes, he was looking at pornographic sites.
And was it a specific kind of pornographic site?
At transgender.
And in your experience, do people usually give their phones to others to look at pornographic websites?
Not in my experience.
So you were able to clear him based on looking at where the general location of his phone and that the phone was in use at that time?
Yes, that's correct.
Let me more than that. Are you getting close on your name? Are you getting close on your names?
Almost, I have a few more.
Let's take a little short break anyway. Good on Jerry? All right, here we go. You may resume your direct examination of Officer Baker.
Detective Baker, before our break, I believe we were talking about Timberland Mathis, and you said he was cleared by his phone data, which showed specific activity being done on the phone, not in the area of Lafayette Place or Campus Walk, when Jay Lee went to go meet someone and ended up never coming back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to remind you, I'm going to point to a slideshow, one of the slides in State's Exhibit 96. I believe this might be something that we had skipped over before. State's Exhibit 96, if you look to the corner right here, 7:02 a.m., what time did that represent?
The time that Herrington had gotten back to his apartment with the box truck from the links.
Okay, and that was to be following the trip to Walmart, then the links to the box truck, then back to Lafayette Place.
Yes.
And from the phone dump data, it showed Timothy Herrington's phone Timothy Herrington's ping in the area of Lafayette Place Apartments at that time. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, so did Timothy Harrington's phone ping move to Molly Bar Trails area?
No, it did not.
So at that time, when he first arrived back home from Walmart, how long did the phone stay in the area of Timothy Harrington's Lafayette Place apartment, the phone ping?
It was, let me look back. (7:02 to 8:10
to 8:10.
a.m.).
So, based on the investigation, do we know if actual Timothy Herrington was at Lafayette Place from 7:02 to 8:10 a.m.?
From 7:02 to 8:10 a.m.
To 8:10 a.m., the time you just referred to on July 8th, 2022.
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
I'm sorry, I'll repeat the question. We were just talking about how from 7:02 a.m. to 8:10 a.m., Timothy Harrington's phone ping was in the area of Lafayette Place Apartments.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we know if Timothy Herrington, the person, was also in the area of Lafayette Place Apartments? Do we know? That, yeah.
No, because 7:41, he was stopped by Officer Rutherford, and also we got him on the Molly Bar Trails camera as well, running out.
Okay, so I'm clear, from 7:02 to 8:10 a.m., the phone ping off a tower is in the area of Lafayette Place. But Timothy Harrington is at when he was being picked up by Keziah Carter at 7:45 was Officer Rutherford.
Yeah, so the traffic stop was at 7:34, or 7:40, sorry, 7:41.
Okay. And based on your investigation, did Keziah Carter take Timothy Harrington back to his apartment?
Yes,
Okay, and I would point to, and we started this because Timothy Mathis, his phone was showing specific use during the time he was at home during the relevant period of JB's disappearance, right?
that's correct.
Okay. I would take you to turn the TV off, please. Another slide from the slideshow. So, previously testified from 7:18 p.m. to 9:28 p.m., Timothy Harrington's phone ping is on a tower in the area of his parents' home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And from that time to 9:28 p.m., was Timothy Harrington, the person, also at home that whole time?
Not the whole time.
And how did you know that?
By the neighbor's video.
And tell me if you know, was there specific use, similar to Timberland, on the phone during both of these periods to show that he was at home?
No.
So I want us to go back to our list of suspects or persons of interest. After Timberland Mathis, who was another person that you looked into?
Looked into Devon Franklin.
And why was Mr. Franklin a suspect or a person of interest?
He was an ex-boyfriend of Jay Lee's.
And were you able to clear Mr. Franklin as a suspect?
Yes, the University of Alabama, he was there on campus, so the key swipes. He was there early in the morning, and University of Alabama checked the key swipes. And then later on in the evening, he was here on campus for some event, and we got him on camera both places.
So you were able to see him on campus in the evening on July 8th?
Yes.
Through footage from the university?
Yes.
Okay. And then earlier in the day, I believe Jay Lee sent his last text open around 6:56. Is that correct?
6:03.
6:03, I apologize. And when he sent that text, was Javon Franklin in Oxford at that time?
No, it was not.
What about Rashad Hayes? Were you able to look into that person?
He was also cleared by phone extraction. He was at his house in the county and so forth, and there was no corroborating.
I'm gonna have to object again, kind of let go a little bit. This is another one where coalescing the person's location with the phone data.
You can actually
Rephrase, make sure that your,
I will tailor my question, yeah. Rashad Hayes, were you ever able to clear him based on the location of his phone?
Of his phone ping.
His phone
Yes.
ping, I apologize, his phone ping. Thank you for correcting me. Yes.
Yes,
Phone
by
ping.
his phone ping.
All right. And was it in the area of Lafayette Place or Campus Walk Apartments?
No, it was not.
Phone pinging. And as to anyone else that you looked into?
The next one would be Dominique Goolsby.
Okay. Tell me who that is, why they were a person of interest.
So he owned one of the vehicles that drove into Molly Bar Trails 20 minutes before Jay Lee's car. And so we were able to figure out that he was actually in Mississippi Department of Corrections custody at the time. And his girlfriend was driving his car that lived at Molly Bar Trails.
So he was in prison at that time.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else?
So there was a guy named AK.
And was he a student at Ole Miss, AK?
He was a foreign exchange student.
And were you able to, well, why was he a suspect?
He was seen days prior around Jay Lee's apartment, going into and around the apartment. So just looked into him because he was around the area.
And were you able to clear him?
Yes, he was at the Uncommon and at class.
When you say the uncommon, what is the uncommon?
The Uncommon is another apartment complex here in Oxford.
And you said he was also in class?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that he was in both locations?
Yes.
And was that during the time period of, I believe, 6:03 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell me who the next persons of interest or suspects that you all looked into were.
Next would be Keziah Carter,
And why did y'all look into Keziah?
because Keziah is the one that picked him up at the Rockets gas station, and so we looked into him.
Were you able to confirm if he was in close to Jay Lee, or had any contact or communication with Jay Lee?
No, he did not have any communication with Jay Lee.
And who else did you look into?
I looked into Tyson King.
And who was Tyson King?
Tyson King was Mr. Herrington's business partner in the moving company, little moving business that they had.
And why did you all look into him?
Because he was close to Timothy Herrington, and also the box truck. The box truck was around his apartment where it was parked at the links, and so we looked into him as well.
And were you able to clear Mr. King from the suspect list?
Yes, I was. He was in his hometown of Hattiesburg at the time of the murder.
And who else?
Juan Robertson.
And who was that?
Juan was in the box truck with Tyson King at the time that he was stopped. We talked to Juan, and there's no connection between him and Jay Lee.
Was he even working for their moving company at that time?
He was not.
So of all these people we went through, I believe, Jay Bourne Bester, Broderick Peterson, Kent Ware, Timberly Mathis, so on. When Jay Lee sent the 6:03 a.m. text open, who did he send that to?
To Tim Harrington.
And was it to any of these people?
No, it was not.
And were any of these people confirmed to be in the area of Lafayette Place Apartments at this time?
No, they were not.
Do any of these people live at Lafayette Place Apartments?
No.
And the conversation that you all were looking into, the one between Red Eye and Jay Lee, were any of these people behind that account?
No, we're not.
Who was behind that account?
Timothy Herrington.
And after Jay Lee sent the open text, did he ever send another text to anybody on this list again?
No, he did not.
Brief indulgence. And Detective Baker, do you see the person that was the subject of your investigation, who's now been charged in Jay Lee's death in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point him out?
It's at the defense table in the middle of a blue jacket.
Your Honor, may the record please reflect that the witness is identified the defendant. Brief indulgence, Your Honor. Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Thank you.
Detective Baker, I want to ask you about some of the things you talked about last first. Now, let's talk about Tyson King first. He never was, he was arrested the day that y'all got the box truck, right?
No, he was not arrested.
He was placed in handcuffs, set on the curb of the street for 45 minutes, and then placed inside the box truck, told not to move for another hour and 45 minutes, and had a move on that day that he couldn't complete, right?
He said he did, yes.
Yeah. And the man that was with him that you talked about, was he placed in custody with Mr. King?
He was detained at the time as well,
He had
yes.
handcuffs on, right?
Yes.
And at that time, that you did that to Mr. King, you knew based on this was 25th or 26th, so
26.
I'm gonna say you, but your department handcuffed this young man, knowing, according to the timeline that we have, it's already been introduced in the evidence, he was in Hattiesburg, right? You knew
We didn't
that.
know that at the time.
Well, you didn't know he was in Hattiesburg at the time?
No, didn't know at the time when he was stopped.
You had no idea he was in Hattiesburg?
No, sir.
Did you have Mr. Herrington's phone records at that time off of his phone?
We did.
All right. Well, if you had those and you testified from the content of some of those already, then you knew that Mr. Herrington and Mr. Tyson had a conversation about Mr. Tyson being in Hattiesburg, right?
Yeah.
I left them at Love's house. You're going to have to go get them. I'm in Hattiesburg, right?
Yes.
All right. You had no information that Tyson had all these records, and you had your cell mark documents and everything we talked about. You knew that Tyson Love had no connection to anything that Tim Herrington and Jay Lee or Jay Lee and Mathis or Jay Lee and J. Kyle Haslett or whoever was having conversations that night. You knew, did you not, that Tyson King had nothing to do with anything that night, did he?
Anything that night, yes, I would agree with that.
Excuse me?
I would agree that anything during the murder time, he did not, we would have known that he was
Called
not.
the murder time. we're gonna talk about that just a little bit. All right, listen, so you handcuffed him. He brought a lawyer to the interview.
Not an objection to
Did he?
relevance.
You interviewed him, did you not? You interviewed Tyson King, and he told y'all he didn't want to talk until he had a lawyer, and Swayze Alford showed up with him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When was that interview?
26.
The 26th of July. A man that you knew, based on your investigation, had zero to do with anything on the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, or 11th, had to hire a lawyer to come see you, talk to you, correct? He paid a lawyer, did he not, to come see you?
He did.
All right. Do you know whether or not he Google searched Mr. Alford's name?
I did not.
All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the other people. Now, Timberland Mathis, according to your testimony, was eliminated. He was a person of interest. He never really became a suspect, did he?
No.
All right. Well, during his interview, I believe, were you present during the interview with Detective Mahan or Lieutenant Mahan?
I'd have to refer to my report.
Well, anyway, just look at it for a minute, but you testified on direct examination that he was eliminated as a suspect by virtue of the fact that his ping location was at his apartment, and it appeared that he was searching some pornographic sites. Isn't that what you testified to?
Yes.
But he also, when Sergeant McGuire talked to him, and during the course, what we've already brought out here a couple of days ago, that she described the fact that he made a comment about the what may have happened to Jay Lee before the press release came out too. Isn't that a fact?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Excuse me?
I don't understand what you're asking.
All right. Well, Timberland gave some information, as I understand, and it's been already sworn to under oath here, that he was fidgety, asked for said his stomach was hurting, things of that nature, gave inconsistent statements about his relationship with Jay Lee, that he at one point in time made a reference about hearing about it on the 9th, saw the press release, and it didn't come out till the 10th.
Your Honor, objection. It's ongoing. It's the question. It's a compound
Do you
question.
remember those things that he gave those statements in the report? He said she's opened up the whole file, Your Honor.
No question. No question. Next question. Just send me up one can.
I got you. All right. Have you reviewed the summary of the statement that Captain Mahan, Agent Stratton, I believe, and McGuire wherein they made the statement that Mathis complained of having an upset stomach. Have you reviewed that through the file?
I don't recall that. I don't know. They reported that. I don't know.
I want to ask you another question. Mathis moved around a lot. When Jay Lee's name was mentioned, he would sit up straight with a perfect posture. Have you read that in any report?
I don't remember it, no.
Mathis consistently changed his story and timeline during the interview. Have you read any report by Shayla McGuire indicating that was the substance of Mathis's statement, because he just testified he was eliminated as a suspect because of his ping location? Now, I want to be perfectly clear, Detective. I'm not saying Mr. Mathis did anything wrong. All I'm saying is he gave deceptive information to your agency, right or wrong.
I don't know what Captain Mann, if that's who you're talking about, I don't know how she felt.
All right, but Detective Baker, these interviews happened back in July of 2022. You just testified the way that Mr. Mathis was eliminated as a potential suspect. That had to include, did it not, his statement, verifying his whereabouts, where he said he was, and that was in the content of his statement, where he said he was, correct? So you testified on direct, that was the way that you got him eliminated as a suspect. So had you reviewed his statement to Detective McGuire or not?
As I said earlier, I saw them when we turned them over as a part of our case file, but I can't tell you what they say. That's a lot of pages. I don't know what every word everybody said.
I'm not asking, but y'all met several times and had meetings about people of interest and suspects, things of that nature. All I'm saying is, was that information provided to you when y'all got with OPD and UPD detectives, everybody working on the case? Do you recall getting that information?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Mathis explained at first he didn't know that Jay Lee was male.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has stated over and over again that he doesn't recall this information. He's not refreshing his memory. He's just attempting to do testimony, hearsay, without anything.
He's open to file.
If you want to ask him about the statement,
I think it's already in. I think it's already in the evidence ID. So, is it a fair statement that what you're telling the court and the jury is that you eliminated him by virtue of the fact that his ping location said his phone was at his apartment?
Yes, that's part of how we eliminated him, yes.
All right. Let's go to, and I won't go through all these right now, but because I just want to understand what portions of the file that you have reviewed and what portions that you haven't reviewed. Have you reviewed the statements of Blaine Brown or Kent Ware or AKA AKA? Because you testified they were eliminated as potential people of interest, or Jose Reyes. Have you reviewed the statement of Jose Reyes before you came in here to testify today at any time?
Yes, it would have been a part of our investigation, yes.
Okay, so if you have, you know that he gave some deceptive information as well, did he not? Again, I want you to have understand, I'm not saying the young man has done anything wrong. All I'm saying is, he gave deceptive information, did he not?
I don't know what somebody put, if that's what you're saying from a report, I don't know what you're talking about,
Okay, listen.
deceptive information.
If you say you don't know, say I don't know, I don't remember. But he gave information initially that he was not good friends with Jay Lee, that a young lady by the name of Janelle would have better information on the whereabouts and the daily routine of Jay Lee. You remember the contents of that statement being in the file that you reviewed during the trying to eliminate him as a suspect.
I don't remember the exact content, no, you'd have to show it to me.
You would dispute if Detective Mathis or Captain Mathis testified to that fact. You leave it to her recollection, right?
Captain Mathis?
Mahan.
All right, so would you repeat the question with the correct name? The name threw me off.
She testified, Captain Mahan testified to that fact. You couldn't dispute that. She interviewed Mr. Reyes and he provided that information.
Yeah, I mean, I could dispute that. That's her opinion.
Okay.
I mean, I don't,
That would be in her report.
right, that's her report, her opinion.
I got you. That was smart.
Your Honor, may I, please see what, defense counsel showed?
Detective
D10.
D102. Detective, review this particular item. Appears to be page 59 of the 133-page report. It summarizes y'all's investigation. You recognize that?
Yes, it appears to be a UPD report, yes.
Can you read it for me real quick? Refresh your recollection as to the content of certain interviews.
Objection, Your Honor. Witness can't refresh his recollection with someone else's report. That's not his recollection.
He has offered testimony about who's been eliminated and who has not been eliminated. I'm gonna let him be cross-examined on the basis of what their opinions are, what all is considered. While he's reading that, why don't y'all come here and talk to me?
You have a chance to read it?
Yes, and you asked about deception of Jose Reyes, correct?
Yeah, first of all, I'm asking you whether or not you had an opportunity to review it. Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, I read it.
Okay. I'll ask you, the judge has kind of instructed me to, not instructed me, we're going to have to process it. This appears to be a summary of a statement. It's not partial interview between McGuire and Jose Reyes. Fair
No,
statement?
that's between Janelle and McGuire.
Correct. The references in this particular part of it, what Jose had told Sheldon McGuire about the
That's
Janelle.
the form of the question, Your Honor.
I'll go for it. That Janelle was the individual that would provide more information about Jay Lee than Jose, correct? That's what's in this.
The report does say something to the effect
It does say something to that effect.
of Jose saying, or Janelle, yes, and Jose and Janelle, yes.
Was that marked as 102? Is that
102.
Okay.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the other information that you used to eliminate certain individuals. Now, Khalid Fears was not, he was a person of interest primarily because he talked to Jay Lee apparently on the phone at 5:58 until sometime around 6:03 on the morning in interest, right? The July the 8th morning, correct?
Khalid did talk to Janelle, yes.
And it come to your attention during the time that you were eliminating him as a suspect that he also was being deceptive about information about his activity with Jay Lee as far as whether or not they had used certain apps together, Grindr, BLK, things of that nature. It come to your attention that he may not have been completely honest about his involvement with Jay Lee.
I don't recall anything like that.
And did you know that at the time that Fears gave you that statement, did you have the benefit of the Snapchats between Fears and Jay Lee?
Are you asking at the time we talked to Fears,
The first time.
were we aware of the Snapchat?
Right.
No.
When did you get the Snapchat records of Jay Lee?
I don't recall the exact date.
Do you remember seeing a Snapchat between Jay Lee and Fears? I assume once you got that, you looked at the Snapchat records between Fears and Jay Lee and a lot of different people, right?
Yeah, he talked to a lot of people, yes.
Yeah. And a lot of those individuals, what we call hookups, people that you have numbers there, you weren't able to locate those individuals.
Yes, it's speculation, Your Honor.
Sorry,
You characterize them as hookups.
I'll let him answer this cross-examination.
I'm gonna give him some leeway.
You understood based on your investigation that some of Jay Lee's activities involved hookups with people from the apps that he used, right?
Yes, it's possible.
Is possible, or did you find that as part of your investigation?
Jay Lee used apps, yes, he used dating apps.
He used dating apps, and it become part of the result of your investigation that on occasions that Jay Lee would meet people on those apps and have never met them before. That's how he met them, through the app, right? A lot of times.
It is possible. I don't know how Jay Lee met them, or if he did meet them, I don't know.
My question is, did you look into his Snapchat history and came up missing to determine if there was any content in the Snapchat where Jay Lee and other people were talking or chatting so you could find information that would lead you to a suspect that may have created his disappearance?
We did look into the other Snapchat users, or other people trying to cooperate stuff, yes.
Did you find a Snapchat between Mr. Fears and Jay Lee where they were talking about having a conversation about choking? Did you like choking? Things of that nature. Did you find that?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
I think it's relevant. I'm gonna let him ask him.
I don't recall. You'd have to show me the artifact to go back and look through. I don't recall. If you get produced that Snapchat and let me look at it, I can tell you a better answer.
Well, Detective, how far back did you go on Jay Lee's Snapchat in an effort to determine whether or not you may find somebody that could have caused his disappearance? How far back you go? I know you got the records at least back to July the 7th, right?
Yes, we would have had at least the July the 7th, correct.
You did that, and you went back into May, correct?
I don't remember exact date, but it would have been some time.
And I'm asking you again, when you looked in there, did you like, I'm not very good at it, but you click on there, and on the Snapchat, you search the word choking, or strangulation, or choke out sex, to see whether or not Jay Lee had ever had conversations with anybody about having a preference for that type of activity.
I don't recall.
All right. Would that have been important, Detective, during the course of your investigation, to figure out whether or not that actually occurred? That Jay Lee or someone with him during the course of some type of sexual activity would have had some aggressive conversations between each other?
Yes, it would have been
That would be-
to identify any kind of.
The actual conversation participant testified that it was him who asked
Cross
when he
examination.
showed.
Let's hold back on the speaking objection.
I'm just asking.
Briefly, what's the objection?
You're stating of the facts, you're trying to apply the wrong facts. The actual conversation
Hang on
participant was here.
a second. If you take the time you need to find the document you're referencing, all right?
I'm just asking, generally, did he do a search for that type of conversation between Jay Lee and other people about some type of sexual activity along the same lines, choking or aggressive behavior, anything like that? Did you search that before you arrested Mr. Herrington to determine whether or not you may develop a suspect? Did you do that?
We would have looked through the initial Snapchat user download that we did. We had not gotten the full return back by the time. So it wouldn't have been a full, but yes, somebody would have reviewed the Snapchat messages.
But I guess my question is, did you do that? I don't need to answer.
Did I control F look for it? I don't recall. Somebody would have looked through that whole document and searched out everything that you're asking, yes.
Trying to find D3, all right?
Will you approach, Your Honor?
Come on.
been identified previously as a Snapchat conversation from Khalil Fears, and his ID is Defense Exhibit D3. Does this appear to be the records that you recovered as a result of your Snapchat subpoena for the records of the Snapchat of Sucker for J? Does it appear to be?
It appears to be like the records we've received, yes.
All right, I want you to, if you would, tell me whether or not you can read right here, Sucker J for Khalidi, whatever that is. Read that for me, all the way down to place.
Objection, Your Honor. The previous witness, we start from the bottom top, he's misdirected the witness.
Read it in the order in which you understand the record came to you, and based on your experience that the conversation took place.
So,
Let me look at the record right quick, so I got an opinion on which came first. All right. Go ahead.
so, so Jolie to Khalid, glad to go, homie, and is the sentence HBU as you should be that the greatest feeling honestly. How was work though? Period T. Whatever makes us nut. Live your MTF life, chilly. So you must like to have fun, understandable. Aggressive and also get put in my place. I don't think so. I like to be aggressive and also put in my place. Do you have any kinds of lot? Heavy on that. Oh, you like to choke and be choked. Correct. Mutual. I enjoy mural aggression. I don't know. I forgot what you said.
That's past the part of it.
Sorry.
So the portion that came from Sucker for J, which is J Lee to Cleat Fears, you like to be choked and to like to choke and to be choked, correct?
That's what it says.
All right.
Your Honor,
I'm moving.
that is not the portion that came from Sucker for Jay. That came out earlier in this trial. He's
I'm not
missing
sure,
the
hang
witness.
on, let me look in.
It says right there, Sucker for J. That's a different exhibit.
Object to relevance. It's already been testified to. Jay Lee asked a question and then he went on to say he had no kinks, so I don't understand the
I'm
relevance.
gonna, he's on cross.
And hearsay.
Court finds this is relevant information.
I think he just had, he asked for it to be introduced.
That's, it's already been marked, right?
Yeah.
All right, as his introduction, I'm going to let the jury, retire to the jury room, and I'm gonna hear you about the admissibility of the document. Document D3, which I think has been, we talked about earlier. It was marked as D3 earlier for ID only. The defense has now asked for D3 to be admitted into evidence. I'll hear you on your objection as to why D3 should not be admitted into evidence. But before the record, this is, as I understand it, I want my opinion to be based on correct understanding. D3 is a part of what was supplied from Snapchat to law enforcement pursuant to a search warrant. It's part with the more recent this was the earlier part of the same search warrant that it's down there.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. This is a part of at least, well, it's either, two things happened. They downloaded Jay Lee's Snapchat data from his account, and then they went and got a search warrant from it, and it's this in both settings.
But
So that's
in
correct.
both situations, this is information from Snapchat that was provided to law enforcement by Snapchat. I think I heard some testimony that without the search warrant, only one side of this conversation is gotten. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Mhm.
I think that's right.
That's correct, Your Honor. They got-
Pursuant to search warrant, both sides will be gotten. Without the search right, only one side will be gotten. That's the way I understand it. Okay. And so pursuant to search warrant, law enforcement asked for a search warrant of Jay Lee's Snapchat records for a period of time and the period of time included this June record that's the subject of D3. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's I'm through asking questions, and I'll start listening now. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. My objection was as to first relevance, then hearsay. I believe Mr. Fears, the actual person who was involved in the conversation, has already testified to it. The officer has already identified it. He's already read what it said. The hearsay portion of it, Your Honor, is that it doesn't fit any exception. The portions of the conversations that the state has introduced have all been the defendant's own statements, and the other statements were statements made in response to understand the full conversation. The state has not attempted to introduce hearsay conversations at all at this trial, or hearsay statements. The defense has repeatedly tried to introduce hearsay statements when they could call those witnesses. This witness, Khalid Fears, has already testified and been questioned about it. We have a long back and forth.
Let me ask you a question. This would it still be hearsay if Mr. Fears talked about a conversation live with someone other than the defendant? Would Mr. Fears being here, would that somehow make a conversation between Mr. Fears and someone else other than the defendant, would his live presence somehow make it suddenly unhearsay?
I believe, just so I'm understanding,
If Mr. Fears was sitting in the witness stand right now, and you
Oh,
were
I
asking,
understand.
you were asking him about a conversation he had, whether it be by Snapchat or any other conversation with Mr. Lee, would that not be hearsay?
yes, Your Honor, it would still be hearsay.
Okay.
But Mr. Fears was here, he can ask him questions. My understanding of what was going on at that time when Mr. Fears testified earlier was that Mr. Fears was being impeached because he said he didn't have conversations like this. It doesn't come in substantively at that time. Mr. Fears was then asked about these conversations. He was cross-examined on them. They weren't introduced into evidence at that time.
And I remember making that. All right, I understand your objection. I'll listen to the defense now anyway.
That part of the explanation the court's ruling previously on Mr. Fears identifying and stating into the record the correctness of the statement that he had with Mr. Lee. The other part of it was going into the extent of their conversations about sexual activity and things of that nature in the courtroom. It was not hearsay, it was hearsay, but it was admissible due to the fact process where we were in the cross-examination.
As to this statement, whether Mr. Fears was here today making the statement, or whether he was looking at his Snapchat records, is it or is it not hearsay?
Is it or is it not hearsay?
Is it or is it not hearsay as it relates to a statement between somebody other than Mr. Fears and somebody other than the defendant?
No, sir, I don't believe it's hearsay.
Well,
It's two ways to evaluate. Depends on the purpose of it. It could be offered not for the truth of the matter asserted, but the conversation and the continued conversation between the two, and also for the purpose to establish that Mr. Lee had had these conversations with someone else, similar to what they placed in their case in chief at this time.
all right, I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna admit it into evidence. I'm gonna let you cross-examine this witness on it, for impeachment purposes as to why did they consider this statement in, making a decision to eliminate Mr. Fears as a person of interest or a suspect in this case. But the document itself, I think, if anything, is for impeachment purposes, not for substantive purposes. And I'll let you talk about it, but I'm not going to pass it to the jury when it
Your Honor, also, there are other statements between conversations similar to this between Fears and Lee, consistent with the same line pertaining to whether or not they investigated him. I've already had a mark previously in other exhibits.
those ones that we talked about the other day,
That's
and I
correct.
said all of them are admissible except one, is that right?
That's correct.
Well, you get there, I'll give you, I don't think anything has changed about my opinion since that time. There was, I think, 4 documents marked for ID, and I at that time said with that witness they would not be, but, I'm gonna allow you to question them on them, and, when we get to that portion of it, I'll let you make an objection, and I'll rule, if there is an objection, I'll rule on it at that time.
Your Honor, I recall the previous ruling. The only reason it wasn't introducing the evidence previously was I was going to redact everything out, but that one statement, Mr. Fears was on the stand, hadn't been able to do that yet. I thought the court previously ruled on the content of the statement.
Let me see exactly what, it's been more than 15 minutes ago.
My understanding was the court ruled it was admissible for impeachment purposes, and that you didn't want all the other pages on there.
There
That's
was,
the only reason it wasn't introduced.
I'm looking at,
Impeachment
hang on,
Yes, Your Honor.
if you don't,
You said the day of went in for sure.
there was an old statement about, if you don't send, if they don't get the picture, if you don't send the picture, it's gonna go bad or something like that.
That's right.
And I said that particular statement was not enough evidence. It was not a claim of violent sex or anything like that. And I said that was not going to admit that one, but the rest of those I would.
Yes.
And I believe these reference documents you're referencing now, these are just pulled out copies of this bigger record. Is that right?
That's correct.
These are not all, just to be clear for the record, these are not all conversations with Khalid Fears, if that's what he's referring to.
I'm not, whoever it is.
It doesn't matter.
Whoever it is, if those conversations that were pointed out to me in 38, 39, 40, and 41,
Right.
let me look at those.
Your Honor, for the record, before the state introduced into the record in front of the jury, the conversation between Jay Lee and Mr. Herrington, this statement right here probably would not have been admissible at the time. If you read this statement, the one we wanted to get in, I think the court said you could, it's identical in terminology as to the state, almost identical to the terminology, and shows state of mind as to.
That was 38.
That's right.
38 is a statement between Jay Lee and someone else. It says, I-O-N, got a pitch, and you better not be trying to pull a fast one. I'm FR about what? I guess that's an emoji or something, saying LOL.
And that's the exact same language you used with Mr. Harrington, you know.
Yeah.
Not exact, but talking about pulling a fast one. They're inferring to the jury that that's a statement on behalf of Mr. Lee that he's scared. In this particular context of this case, that particular context in that case, I think the jury ought to be to consider the same type statement, basically the same typing, same words, someone else,
And we
has
weren't,
to show plan and preparation.
we weren't inferring to the jury that he was scared. We were introducing the statements about Tim Harrington, and Jay Lee's a part of the conversation. Without Jay Lee's part of the conversation, it would be incomprehensible.
All right, I'm 38.
Just that
Fo-
portion.
fo-
Maintain that as hearsay.
40
One of them's day of, Your Honor, you said it was coming out.
which one was
It doesn't actually reference violence or anything at all. It just talks about what are you about to do.
41? I don't. I'm gonna let that in.
I would just repeat that these items are hearsay, and defense counsel has not articulated why they are not hearsay. And he is, in fact, offering them for the truth of the matter.
No, I'm not offering for the truth of the
I'm
matter.
gonna let the
And when earlier referred to.
hang on. I'm gonna let the defense question the witness about those statements. And I have to say, did you look into other people? Did you consider this when you're making that statement? I'm not going to allow them to be introduced into evidence. A statement from Mr. Lee to somebody we don't know from Adam, I don't know any way that can't be here. So I'll let you question on them all as long as you want to. but I'm not gonna let you introduce them into evidence.
Your Honor, I think I can clean it up by having you review them and asking if these the same type of statements that you.
I'm gonna let you ask him that, but when we get through asking the questions, that they're not gonna be introduced into evidence.
Can we, Mr. Horan and I call this together?
Please do. But that's gonna be the court's ruling, and they'll get through talking.
Right.
Right, take that. Court's gonna be in I'm not gonna be in we're gonna take about a 2-minute break while the jury is. Oh, all right. Y'all talk? All right, I'm gonna make sure my record is clear on what I'm doing as far as these. I think, D3, and I think also it's D30, 38, 39, 40, and 41, I believe, are subparts of D3, and it's all of those documents. The court's going to find that they are hearsay and not subject to introduction into this court. There's no hearsay exception. That being said, I will offer allow the defense to question the witness about in investigating the case and making decisions about this case. Did you look at these and consider those information? But those documents will not go back to the jury at the conclusion of the case.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, everybody ready? Show the jury back in.
May I come with you, Your Honor?
You may.
Try to make it quick. Detective, the portion of D3 that you read a few moments ago, the message from Sucker for Jay, from Jay Lee to Mr. Fears regarding you like to choke, be choked, heavy on that. You have kinks, I like to be aggressive, and also get put in my place. Sucker for Jay said that. Did you consider that in your investigation when you determined that you were going to eliminate Mr. Fears as a suspect? Do you remember reading that in?
Yeah, sure. Yes, we read it. This is also June the 13th. Before, and Mr. Fears was at work that day. So
June the 13th?
no, on the day of July the 8th. These messages are June the 13th.
That's fine. Did you just tell me whether or not you, just the highlighted portions of D40, do you recall content of it, whether or not you remember reviewing these now on May the 29th? Appears to be Jay Lee to some unknown individual, and state whether or not you investigated the person on that email address that you received or sent that message to. I'm asking a lot of questions. But
Yes, sir. I don't know which one you want me to answer.
did you use that information on that particular exhibit when you determined that you were going to eliminate any individual as a suspect in this case?
I'm not aware. That was from May, and there was no conversation from that person in the relative time frame of the
You find any
investigation.
conversations, aggressive conversations in any other Snapchat messages that you found in Jay Lee's chat history necessary to eliminate any other suspect?
I'm sorry, that wasn't clear.
You saw numerous, according to these documents, and I can stack up a bunch more, a lot of Snapchat messages from Jay Lee to other individuals, aggressive in nature, some of it deviant in nature. Did you use that to eliminate either Khalid Fears or any other individuals that may have been on this Snapchat chain that you found? Any of those individuals? You talked about Red Eye, and you said that you went to Red Eye because there was conversation there.
Objection on a compound question.
Try to break it down.
Did you eliminate any of the individuals once you got to the Snapchat records in the process of looking at Mr. J. Lee's history? Did you use any of these documents or similar documents to eliminate any suspects?
Yes, we looked at Snapchat to eliminate suspects, yes.
Okay. So the Snapchat in there between J. Lee and Mr. Fears about choking, whether you like that, I like to be aggressive, things of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization. J. Lee says he
That's
has no
not a
kinks.
mischaracterization.
And
It's read into the record. I'll move on. Now, I want to ask you a little bit about the search warrant at Mr. Herrington's apartment. You were present at that search warrant?
The search warrant?
The first one?
No.
All right, but you're familiar with the return on that search warrant, right?
Yes, I've seen
You
it.
know the documents. And you also are involved in sending certain exhibits as a result of that search warrant to the crime lab. Is that right? Ms. Carver collected it. You made the decision on what exhibits were going to be sent to the crime lab. Fair statement?
I can't remember what was sent to the crime lab, what was sent to scales, but
I'm
there were some things sent, yes.
I'm just asking the question as to whether or not you were involved in making decisions on what items were sent to the crime lab in furtherance of this investigation. Yes or no?
I was involved in it, yes.
Some of these evidence submission forms that I've been provided represent that they were sent to the Mississippi Crime Lab from Mr. Herrington's apartment, and it appears it's done in a way that Ms. Carver sent it to you, and then you actually either delivered them to the lab or submitted them by evidence submission form. Is that right?
We did have evidence submitted to the crime lab, yes.
All right. Now, as far as the items out of Mr. Harrington's apartment on the first search, can you tell the court and the jury the items that you sent to Mississippi Crime Lab for analysis for DNA, for blood, for urine, or saliva? Do you remember?
I do not recall. Like I said, I don't know what was sent to the crime lab, what was sent to scales. I don't recall.
All right, let's talk a little bit. We'll go one by one then, I guess. As far as, first of all, let's go through it like this. You remember certain items getting sent to a place called Pure Gold Forensics. Do you remember that?
I remember, yes.
What items, what was the purpose of sending items out of Mr. Harrington's house to go to Pure Gold Forensics?
Well, I'd have to look at the evidence submission and stuff. I can't remember what was sent to Pure Gold, what was not. If anything out of the apartment was sent, I'd have to look.
Well, Detective Baker, I'm not asking you what was sent yet. I'm asking what was the purpose of these items being sent to Pure Gold Forensics? Because what I understand about this case is stuff was sent to the crime lab, and there was a decision made to send some stuff to scales and some stuff sent to Pure Gold for filtering process. Is that right?
Yes, that is
What
correct.
did you understand that these items that were coming out of Mr. Harrington's apartment, what was the need for them to go to Pure Gold Forensic? Is this the first time y'all have ever seen anything out to Pure Gold?
objection on a compound question.
I'll let him answer the first.
Just go one at a time.
All right.
Will you please rephrase the first one, because I don't know.
Who made the decision and why did y'all make the decision to send them out to Pure Gold? That was the first question.
Who made the decision? That would have been our leadership. That wasn't my decision. I don't have control of the money. I don't have control of
All right.
what to do.
So you were told that you were going to send items to Pure Gold Forensic. Where's that lab located?
It's in California.
California. And it was sent out there to California, and Rachel Carver never told anybody, the evidence tech, that, hey, there's only a possibility that we're going to get any valuable evidence out of his apartment. Did she? I mean, y'all were looking for trace evidence out of his apartment, correct?
We were looking for trace evidence out of his apartment.
Okay.
I'm asking, is that the question? Because it sounded like a two-part question there, and I'm trying to clarify, was that the question?
Y'all were looking for trace evidence of value out of Mr. Herrington's apartment, correct?
We looked for evidence in relation to the crime, yes.
All right. You weren't traveling under the assumption that there is a possibility that you're going to get some evidence, right? You never said, hey, you guys, we're going to have this, we spend all this money sending this out to Pure Gold.
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has already said it wasn't part of the decision.
Y'all didn't send it out there because you thought you were going to get something, that there was a possibility as opposed to a probability. Y'all weren't looking for evidence in the prosecution of the case against Timothy Herrington at that time, correct?
Yes, we were looking for evidence, yes.
All right, so when you sent it out to Pure Gold, what was the purpose of sending it out there? Why did somebody tell y'all, or who told y'all, that you need to send it to Pure Gold for any steps for filtering of the evidence that out of Mr. Herrington's apartment and other evidence that you may have gotten?
We sent it there because the crime lab, neither crime lab nor scales could conduct this type of filtering at that time.
What type of filtering was that?
It's called MVAC.
MVAC. What MVAC does, places tape lifts and other evidence samples through a filtering system so that there's a higher probability that you're going to gain valuable evidence off of that particular item, right? You didn't just send it to Scales. The Scales did regular DNA with your sample. Scales told y'all, hey, look.
Objection to what someone told you, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Y'all got information that this needed to go to California before it came back to Scales to be tested, right?
Correct, because neither one, the Mississippi Crime Lab nor Scales, had the capabilities of doing this.
Some items you actually sent to Scales without sending to Pure Gold to do the MVAC, right?
Because Scales said they could do that, yes.
Excuse me?
Because Scales said they could analyze those evidence.
So you take this extra step in this case. Have you ever taken it? How long were you a detective before this event occurred on July the 7th, or start that, before July the 22nd, when you executed the search warrant on Mr. Herrington's house, Mr. Herrington's car, and I guess that's it right now. How many cases did you have that you actually had submitted DNA profiles to Scales Lab or any other DNA lab?
I can't give you a number off the top of my head how many we submitted.
All right, but none of them had been sent to Pure Gold up until that point to go through this special process of filtering, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I want to go, after you received all your testing, and let's clear something up. September the 5th, 2024 is when y'all got the test back. That's 3 or 4 months ago. 3 months ago. September the 5th, when you got the final report, right?
I don't recall the date on it,
Like
but
that, Mark, for identification, no?
No, we marked where I read. Who's that report from?
It's some scales, biological lab. It's 13 pages. I gotta get a clean copy, Judge. I've got marks on this one.
Man, get the coat with sugar, get too long, man.
I approach your witness, Judge.
You bet.
Thank you. Detective Baker, I've handed you what's been marked for identification as exhibit number 103. Can you identify that particular item?
yes, it says Scales Biological Laboratory, DNA testing facility,
Now,
DNA report.
I want to ask you a question. You submitted, according to this report, on July the 25th, 2022, you submitted a number of items to Scales Biolab, correct?
Yes,
All right.
we submitted some items, yes.
All right. And July the 26th, items were sent to Scales Biolab, right?
That's what it says, yes.
All right, in that report, there's an item that says one sealed paper bag containing Jimmie Lee's toothbrush. You see that in the middle of the page?
I do.
Now that is submitted for the purpose of getting a sample for Jimmie Lee's DNA, right? To compare it to whatever samples you may get or profiles that you hope to get out of certain locations, right?
The toothbrush was used to build Jimmie Lee's profile, yeah.
You went to his apartment and said, here's his toothbrush, and we'll pull his toothbrush out because he uses that toothbrush, and you expect to have his DNA on that toothbrush, right?
That's correct.
Now, the day that you got that was what day? You remember what day y'all got that?
I don't remember what day that was.
The evidence submission form, I believe, reflects that you got that on July the 22nd, I believe. I think that's right.
I don't recall.
My question is, if he disappeared on the 8th and you got that toothbrush on the 22nd, there's nothing in your investigation, was it, Detective Baker, that you felt like that the DNA on that toothbrush would have been integrated over 14 days, that it wouldn't be valuable as far as a sample to be used to profile his DNA, right?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for an expert opinion. How would Detective Baker know that? He has a legal foundation.
She's already testified yesterday that 14 days was too much. So there's nothing about taking his toothbrush 14 days after, or 10 days or 25 days after, that you know that you're looking for it and he may be gone, that would compromise the integrity of that investigation. You used that toothbrush as a critical part of your investigation, right?
Objection, Your Honor, because the witness who testified previously had crime scene experience. He has a legal foundation.
I'm gonna line the question to cross, I'm gonna say it.
She went deep into it, huh? So when you went, there's nothing about the scene at Mr. Herrington's apartment that would have concerned you 14 days after his arrest, would it, Detective Baker? That the items that you recovered from that location would have been compromised in any way, right?
I'm sorry, rephrase the question.
Well, you went to the scene for the purpose did the search warrant to get evidence, right? Just like you went to Jay Lee's apartment to get the toothbrush to get evidence, right?
Okay.
And about the same time.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the items that were sent to the lab from I believe Mr. Herrington's car. My understanding is the one sealed bag containing back cargo door swab, one sealed bag containing steering wheel wrap, interior door swab, front gear shift swab, back cargo flap, stains to the right flap, stains to the left flap, stains on the front edge of the flap, bag containing front seat tape lift, front seat tape lift number 2, and the third one hair root from the hair of tape lift, one hair root from the hair of tape lift, one sealed bag containing rear seat tape lift.
Objection, I hear a question here.
I'm going to go through the list and ask you a question. It's on the report.
You can't ask more than 10 if you want to, I prefer you not to.
I understand. I'm not going to do them one at a time. You're going to take forever. One sealed bag containing 2 bag cargo air tape lift, and the last one on this particular July 25th submission, bag containing the swab from Jimmie Herrington. Y'all took his DNA as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. While he was in custody. You compared those items there, and on that particular search warrant, we're going to sum it up. Send these items to Scales Biolab, and I think they went through the process. Some of them in back, or start that. Some of them went to Scales to Pure Gold and came back, but nonetheless, none of those items reflected any DNA profile that indicated any blood, saliva, urine, or DNA of Mr. J. Lee or semen in my client's apartment. Fair statement?
So you're talking about the apartment, or are you talking about this first part where it came from the
Those items that I've just identified.
well, that's not from the apartment.
That's not, excuse me, from the car, I'm sorry.
So could you rephrase the question properly so I
None of
understand
these
what you're saying?
items gave you any DNA profile or evidence of value to submit to this jury implicating my client.
There was, Jay Lee's DNA profile did not come back,
Okay,
according to the report. I'm not an expert, so.
but according to this report, right? Now, as far as the evidence that was sent on the submission form November the 15th, 2022, that was sent to, it was originally sent to Pure Gold, and that's the filtering process, right? Pure
Correct.
Gold, they do the special filtering process, right?
Correct.
The gray mat from Jimmie Herrington's apartment, the pink mat from Jimmie Herrington's apartment, small trash can, and it came out of the back of the box truck, the blue moving blanket out of the back of the box truck.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hand, you said November 15th, correct?
The November 15th transmission.
All I see is one sealed bag containing filters. That's all I see.
I understand that. We got a report back from Scales Laboratory that these particular items.
Let me just stop, so make sure y'all on the same page, let's go compare documents.
I can see it as well.
submission, if you'll make, and you'll agree with me, Detective, y'all had like 4 E1s and 4 E2s, there's a lot of different
It's been
E1s.
a lot of different things. It was different.
It was different. It was a difficult report, wasn't it? All right, let's just go down like this, because I have some.
Okay.
The gray mat, which was pure gold 1A, it appears to be the gray mat from the box truck. I'm sorry, I said apartment. Fair statement?
Hold on. Go back to where you said
I do.
PG 25
0065.
or 2206. Okay.
All right, that's a gray mat, pink mat from the box truck, right? I mean, you remember where y'all got them, right?
I don't remember exactly where all they came from.
Well, there's photographs, you need me to get them out. My understanding,
Objection, Your Honor, the witness stated that they don't remember, he's telling them where it is.
what?
I'm gonna let them try to get the stuff together. I think they make a valid effort to try to get on the same page very well. I'm gonna let them continue to hash it.
Look at the pure, thank you, Arnold. Look at the pure gold submission and tell me whether or not that appears to be the items on, that were submitted, on August 24th, and ultimately tested at pure gold. Those items right there. Right here on this first page. The gray mat, pink mat, small trash can, black blanket. The blue moving blanket. The other moving blanket, there's 4 moving blankets and a spool of large stretch rag. Those were taken out of the box truck, correct?
Yes, they came from the box truck.
Okay. And they were sent out there through that filtering process out at California Pure Gold. And correct me if I'm wrong, that no hair, no saliva, no blood, no urine, or DNA profile fitting Jimmie Lee was found in the back of that box truck. Those items that came out of the box truck, correct?
If these are the items here that came out of the box truck, because they're different numbers, they're different. I don't have the same amount as you do, so
Well, the items that I've identified, I know they came back with different numbers, but they went out with numbers, y'all's numbers, but they came back with different numbers. None of the items that came out of the back of the box truck produced any evidentiary value in the prosecution of this case. Fair statement.
no, I didn't say there wasn't any evidentiary value. But J. Lee's DNA was not found by the process.
All right. As far as this lab report, there wasn't any evidentiary value of those particular items. Fair statement.
I'm sorry, phrase it or say it again.
The items that I just identified, there's, according to Scales Bio Lab, after they got filtered, when it came back, they didn't find anything of any evidentiary value on those items for the prosecution of this case. Scales Bio Lab.
Yeah, I don't understand what you mean by evidentiary value, but J. Lee's DNA did not come back. I don't understand what he means by evidentiary value.
All right. Now, you also submitted, according to this report, you, Ryan Baker, sent certain items that came out of J. Lee's car to Scales Bio Lab. You remember doing that? You actually picked them up.
You said this report. Are we still referring to this report? What report are we?
Talking about the
Okay.
Scales report.
Okay.
Look at
Just
the
make sure we're
sec-
still on the same page.
Look at the second page of the report, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah.
November 17th, the following items were received by Scales Bio Lab from Ryan Baker. My understanding is these items were sent out. If you look in that report, it says unsealed MFL carrier package containing 4 sealed envelopes. Those 4 items, correct me if I'm wrong, were samples taken out of J. Lee's car. Is that right?
I don't remember. I do remember taking some items to Scales, but I don't remember without having to go back and look at these numbers again.
Nonetheless, if you'll go back to the report, It's, go to conclusions, if you don't mind, in the back of the report.
Your Honor, I object at this time. I believe the witness can testify generally, but if he's gonna go into detail regarding expert conclusions, I think that's inappropriate.
Let's let the question is first.
If you look at the report, do you find that any of these items provided any evidentiary value to the prosecution of this case whatsoever? The items that apparently came out of, if you look at SPL item 3040, 30470, all the way down to 73. You find that in the report. Look at page number 16 in the report. Read it for me, please.
I only have 13 pages.
No, number 16 on page 11. Number 16,
Okay, number 16 on page 11.
yes. You look at the middle of the page. 001-T4.
Okay.
It says,
Objection, Your Honor, reading in the expert opinion. And the expert opinion is going to be made, an expert should come.
I'll have him read it, Your Honor, then ask him a question. Read the content of paragraph 16 in that report.
A partial DNA profile.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just read it to yourself, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You read it?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. It appears in that particular profile you delivered, came from Jay Lee's car. Timothy Herrington is excluded as a source of the DNA profile in that car.
I'm gonna ask the question. Next question. Go ahead.
He's excluded as the donor of that DNA profile in that car. Fair statement?
May I give an explanation after my answer?
You can explain anything you want.
Thank you, Your Honor. It does not say it excluded Dudley's DNA.
What's it say?
It says there were no conclusions. It didn't say excluded.
Well, read it then. It says Timmy Herrington is excluded as the source of this partial profile. No conclusions from Jimmie Lee's toothbrush as a potential source of this profile can be drawn. It clearly says that Timmy Herrington is excluded. Correct?
I'm sorry, you are correct.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at, Mr. Bacon, I won't go through all these. Apparently, you have not reviewed this report before you came in here today?
I glanced through it, yes, I got it.
Pretty detailed, isn't it?
I barely understand it myself.
But as far as this wheelbarrow right here, we'll just go to the items we can see. Now, these impact things, they're in a filter right here. They're basically microscopic, right, in small items.
I've never used one before, I don't know.
Put a lot of time and effort in this investigation, right?
I did.
Well, a lot of money went out there to California, didn't it?
Did we do anything for the family?
But my question is, some of the items that y'all sent out there, they sent some of them back because y'all hadn't sent them enough money for the testing, right?
I don't recall that.
It was in your report.
I
read
don't
it
recall
last
that.
night. You
I don't
remember
recall that. You have to tell me where
I'm
that's
just
at.
asking you, they sent some of them back because they charged y'all, had, some of them came back.
Who's they?
As to the cost.
Go to this wheelbarrow right here.
Objection.
This wheelbarrow right here. Y'all did the same thing with this wheelbarrow. Took a sample off of it, everything, and sent it out, get it tested. No DNA profile, Jimmie Lee, on the results that came back on this wheelbarrow, correct? No, that's a fact, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. It's not a trick question. Nike Jordan shoes. You submitted on January the 9th. The gray Nike hoodie sweatshirt, the gray Nike hoodie black trim, the one sealed paper bag, used condom and wrappers. All those were submitted to the lab. The Gillen t-shirt, the one black pair of black shorts, gray underwear, an artificial nail, the bag containing a pair of gray sweatpants, and the fractions of the semen stain. The only thing of all those submissions that came back was the used condoms that showed semen, right?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back through this again.
Let's
You
go-
named a lot of things there. I'd have to go one by one because I'm not sure.
Let's go to the conclusions. I thought you,
Like you said, there's a lot of things here.
my understanding is that the duct tape came back no DNA profile of Jimmie Lee or Mr. Herrington, right?
I don't recall. I'd have to look. You'd have to show me where it says it in here.
In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, the used condoms that were in the photograph that Ms. Carver showed that she displayed on the tub there, they weren't even tested. You know, why were they not tested? A used condom.
That would be something he would have to answer because we requested everything to be tested.
George Shiro is the individual that would know that answer, the guy who wrote this report. Is that
Yes, sir.
right?
He would have to give you that answer. I can't give you why when we requested it and he didn't. That's what the report says. He didn't. Then I can't give an answer why.
Well, if you would, go to number 34 of the report, which does not include an opinion, only a statement, and read it out loud for the jury, please.
Objection, Your Honor, to reading it out loud.
I'll let read it yourself first, anyway. It's hard for me to tell whether it's objection or not, but I don't know what it says.
Have you read it?
Yes, sir.
Prior to asking to read it, you're asking the question about it anyway.
Does that represent Mr. Shiro's statement about those items in that number 34 about certain items that were not examined?
Yes, that appears to be so.
And does that statement inconsistent with what you just testified to?
That there were some not tested. Is that what you're asking?
No, not tested. They can be examined upon request. That's what that report says. Right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. Identify those items in that report that Mr. Shiro, the lab director and examiner, been provided to me in discovery as a state's witness, said the items that were submitted to him, his agency, that were submitted but not examined because they weren't requested to be examined. Tell me what those items are in 34.
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has not testified inconsistently. He said he asked for his test done. He did.
I'm gonna give you an opportunity to let the witness show. If he asked to be tested, I'll give you an opportunity on reading that to show where they were asked to be tested.
List the items for the jury's benefit, the items that the director down there said were not examined because they weren't requested to be examined.
Keys, card, DL, and receipts, Walmart bag with gauze,
This
latex.
is the same question. He said he was gonna ask it from you, and then he just said, read it again.
I'm going to allow him to ask the witness what the person said y'all didn't ask me to examine.
That's correct.
When you have your chance, you'll have the opportunity to redirect them and say, look right here, did you ask them or not anyway? Go ahead.
Please start over, Detective Baker. Let me just go through it for you. The black Ford Fusion keys, card, driver's license and receipts, the Walmart bag and gauze, the latex gloves, and 8 used condoms and wrappers were not examined. However, they can be examined upon request.
The Ford Fusion keys were never sent down there because we never found the Ford Fusion keys, so I don't understand where this comes from.
Is there a picture
But
of
other
them on
than
the
that,
seat of the car?
I didn't see the Ford key because his car was a Ford.
His keys.
Jay Lee's car was a Ford and we never
We
found it.
got a photograph in the evidence to take.
Objection, that's misstating the evidence. There's no
I'm
picture of that.
I'm gonna ask you to rephrase your question about what kind of keys you are
There's
anyway.
keys on the seat. You and Mike Burke had keys with a black cover for the actual fob. It didn't have the fob in it. Photograph in State's Exhibit 89. So the black Ford Fusion keys, I assume that's what that George is talking about.
There were keys, but there was not car keys on a ring.
All right. The Walmart bag with gauze, that was found in Timmy's apartment, right?
Yes,
And the latex gloves found in Timmy's apartment, right?
there were latex gloves found in his apartment.
Got pictures of them in the evidence. The 8 used condoms, 3 of which had semen in it, according to this report, were not examined. However, they can be upon request. Now, you got 3 used condoms in an apartment where 2 men are having sex, apparently, maybe, we don't really know, and they weren't examined. Can you explain to the jury why that type of important evidence in a case of this importance was not examined, Detective Baker?
I can't answer why Mr. Shiro did not examine these items. Because I personally, myself, over the phone, speaking to him, asked him to do every single item.
Detective Baker, read 35 if you don't mind. I'm going to ask you a question. And you had a chance to read it.
Yes,
Does it likewise say that the hair collected from the t-shirt, these hairs were not examined? However, they can be examined upon request.
that's what it says.
Now, this report came in September the 5th, 2024. Do you remember when my client got indicted by the grand jury?
Objection, Your Honor. Indictment is in evidence.
I'm asking you.
I don't correct. I don't,
September, repeat the question.
When did Mr. Herrington get indicted by the grand jury of Lafayette County? If you remember.
I don't recall the exact date.
Would you agree with me sometime February 23, somewhere around, it's early 23, right?
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
Okay. So you're telling me that y'all didn't get a report till September 2024, September the 5th? Didn't have any idea whether or not you had any evidence on Mr. Herrington? And you I'm not going to go into the content of the testimony, grand jury, but you testified in the grand jury that you had these items as evidence, I assume, against my client.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not so.
I'll ask you this, Detective Baker. Did you ever get a preliminary report from the grand jury prior to the time, a preliminary report from Scales Laboratory prior to the time that you, presented your testimony, whatever it was, to the grand jury?
I don't recall, I don't think so, but I don't recall.
Okay, so it's a fair statement that you didn't have any DNA evidence from the crime lab at that time, right?
I'm sorry. Restate your question, please.
You didn't have any DNA evidence, or hadn't inquired as to was any final reports on any DNA evidence prior to the time that this young man was indicted for capital murder.
Relevance.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
All right. Do you recall whether or not you submitted any other items to the crime lab that were not tested other than these items that we just talked about?
I don't recall any, no.
When you got the September 5th, 2024 report, did you call the crime lab and say, hey, George, y'all supposed to have tested these items that we talked about a few minutes ago in 34 and 35?
I don't recall seeing that there wasn't any not tested. So therefore, I don't recall making a phone call.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about already no evidentiary value. You likewise testified on direct examination that you identified my client running out of Molly Bar Apartments, and he had a shirt on his neck. You received lab report from, I believe, the crime lab in Batesville, I believe, and it indicated no blood, urine, DNA profile from, fingerprint analysis did not show, had some parcels in it that couldn't be identified, but it didn't show my client's fingerprints in the car, correct, on the driver's side.
Jay Lee's car?
Jay Lee's car.
That's correct.
All right. But there are some, in all fairness, there are some, I believe, some fingerprint reports that just basically say unidentified fingerprints, right?
Without looking at the report, I don't know.
You wouldn't dispute that.
Without looking at the report, I can't give you a straight honest answer without looking at the report.
Do you recall did you interview the record driver?
I think
Mike, what's his last name? Adams?
Kent,
yeah.
I believe I called him one day, yes.
He was adamant, was he not, when y'all talked to him, that he did not see that car in that spot when he was doing his rounds up there. He was adamant. It says in the report, it doesn't say he was uncertain. In his report,
Objection, is there a question?
I'm getting
Just
to it.
testifying.
Do you remember him telling you that?
He didn't tell me that.
Do you remember seeing it in the report?
It seems like I remember seeing something, yes.
If you got a report, let him look at it.
Do you remember that coming to your attention, whether or not he made that inquiry?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. He already stated.
I'm gonna let's just find the report
Find
and
the
no
report.
questions about it.
All right. The circumstances surrounding talk a little bit about the forensic download that you did on, I believe, the Snapchat. I think it's introduced in the evidence. You were able to review the text history between my client and Mr. Love, Kadarius Love. Did you review those items as part of the return on the search warrant?
I remember there was some conversation between your client, Mr.
I'm
Love.
going to sum it up a little bit, and then I'll see if you correct me if I'm wrong. The gist of it was that Ms. Watson had her some screws left in the truck, right? Timmy reached out to her earlier that night, talked to Kadarius Love, and he said they're in the truck, things like that. They had a conversation about it. And also Tyson King was in that conversation as well, right? You remember that?
The three had a conversation.
No. Well, it's not in your timeline, but would you have a problem in the break with us putting that conversation in that timeline? And another exhibit, let you look at it? You have a problem with that?
No, you're talking about you're going to put it together and then ask me to look at it? Is that what I understand?
correct. That was marked. Statement, page 47. Yeah. Wow.
One and four.
104.
Now, go to it,
You
Sheldon.
may.
Detective, speed this up a little bit. Are you familiar with, just look over this report, and I'm gonna get you a lot of this stuff at the top, doesn't really matter. This appears to be, tell me whether or not you've reviewed that report. Start right here where Kent make a comment about, he identified himself as Michael Kent, the band controller.
Objection, Your Honor. I've let this go on, but the witness testified he spoke to Michael Kent. He has personal knowledge and experience in speaking to Michael Kent. Now he wants him to testify to another officer's report about Michael Kent.
He's on cross-examination. You gonna get your turn at him too anyway.
You had a chance to look at it?
I'm still working through it. Okay.
You see the statement from Mr. Kent in there regarding the J. Lee's vehicle? Just answer, you see it in there?
Yes, I see.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the conversations or the report given to you pertaining to what Mr. Kent said about J. Lee's car?
Objection,
Not
Your
at
Honor,
all.
forming the question.
Does it refresh your
Now,
recollection?
just for the record, I'm gonna say this. When a witness is asked several times during the course of his testimony, during the course of your investigation, did you learn this? During the course of your investigation, did you learn that? During the course of investigation, did you learn this? That's telling me somebody done it and told you about it. You're gonna ask questions you have to ask that. You're gonna be expected to be cross-examined like that anyway. And
Thank
that's
you.
gonna be the court's general ruling.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thank you. That's a report of representations from Kent pertaining to the vehicle at Molly Park, correct?
It is.
And in fact, Mr. Kent was adamant that he hadn't seen that car in that location, parking spot 43, when he got there at 1:15. When he got there at 1:15 and the officers ran into him, the term used in that report is adamant, correct? That he hadn't seen it.
That's the language, but we watched cameras and that car never came out unless it was on the back of the tow truck.
That's not my question, Detective Baker. He didn't see it in Unit 43. He was adamant it wasn't there. He acted like he didn't see it anywhere. But he certainly didn't say he saw it in that parking spot.
Your Honor, I'm objecting not because he's not asking about the.
I'm asking the question.
He was adamant that he didn't recognize the car inside the Molly Bar Trails apartment complex until the second time.
Your Honor, he's not asking about the report.
Unless you can just, at this point, I don't know what the first time and second time is anyway.
That's in the report.
All right.
He's not asking about the report, Your Honor, he's asking about the witness, or my intent, what he said.
You've got to give me some more information before we do much testifying. I don't know enough to be ruling, okay?
He was questioned about the vehicle, correct? And he made the statement that he hadn't seen it in there earlier. He obviously missed it, but that was his statement, that he hadn't seen it inside Molly Bar Trails, correct?
Let me say this. Unless we can have some testimony on what earlier means, I'm going to exclude this testimony.
Earlier that day.
If there's information about what earlier means.
Earlier that day, Your Honor. After 7:25 in the morning, he was inside Molly Bar Trails apartment complex. Correct? Look.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And he told y'all, and he was adamant, he did not see that car, he didn't recognize, didn't remember that car inside Molly Bar Trails. Right?
According to this officer's report, correct?
All right. And we know it was in there because we saw it come in there, right?
Yes, we did.
Fair statement, safe to assume that Mr. Kent either missed the car or it wasn't parked in spot 43. Fair statement?
Yeah, he could have missed it.
Or it could not have been parked in 43.
I think the photo's pretty clear about where it was parked in 43.
He didn't come back in until 1 o'clock when it was parked in 43, right?
I forget, I don't recall what time he said he came back, but
Okay. Now, you have, I'm going to go back to what we started on about the text messages between, they've been introduced into evidence already. I'm not going to go through them one by one. I just want to ask you if you remember seeing them. Apparently, Timmy Herrington texts Tyson, Emily needs those screws tomorrow. Remember seeing that in the dump?
yes, there was conversation about screws, yes.
And that was at 12:55. And we talked earlier about Tyson saying something to Timmy. I left them at the house, don't have to go get them. I'm in Hattiesburg, correct? You remember that?
Yes.
All right. And they go down and talk about the truck, but it's a fair statement, is it not? During that conversation, they've already been introduced into evidence that Mr. Herrington had already planned on going somewhere the next day before he had a conversation with Jay Lee later on in the evening, correct?
Yes, it appears that he had, he was going to Miss Emily Wesson's house, which is in Oxford, yes.
And the screws were in the truck. They
Yes.
were put them in the truck, right?
Yes, according to that conversation, the screws were in the truck.
Right. Now, according to what you provided in discovery, correct me if I'm wrong, that at 2:30:33 to 03:10:42, that you talked about some other Google searches. Jimmie Herrington did Christian faith Google searches for 40 minutes and 42 seconds. Do you remember seeing that in the
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, there was some searches of Bible verses,
What
yes.
item is that in that?
I'm sorry, what item is?
Yes, what, in your cell right on the page, what page is that? Do you have the item? You have
I don't have the extraction with me, no.
But you agree with me, during that time, 20:30:33, 3:10:42, that search occurred, right?
I'm sorry, say that, so I'll tell you the time again.
20:30 to 3:10, basically.
Yeah, I think there were some searches with Bible verses during that time frame, yes.
And as far as that evening, with the beginning of 2:54:35 a.m., Jimmie Lee sent Tim Herrington, it's already been introduced into evidence, it's not on your timeline, or you haven't testified about it yet, that Jay Lee sent Tim Herrington 3 blank messages on iCloud. What did it say?
No, I did not, no, that's not true.
Okay. Well, the first conversation that occurred,
I'm sorry, I don't hear the question.
the first conversation that occurred between Jay Lee and Tim Herrington that night was when Jay Lee at 02:24:44 a.m. asked Tim Herrington, "You in Oxford?"
Correct,
That was, and Tim Herrington did not respond, right?
correct, he did not.
I just wanted to clarify the prior question. I just didn't hear it. He said that 3 blank messages on iCloud. I couldn't understand.
That's correct.
What he said.
That was my question. He said it wasn't true. So the first individual that, between Herrington and Lee that night was when Jay Lee reached out to Tim Herrington at 02:24:44, right?
Yes, Jay Lee reached out to Tim Harrington at that time, yes.
All right, and correct me if I'm wrong, I want to make sure that Jimmie Herrington did not respond and Jay Lee showed up to his apartment unannounced at 4 o'clock, correct?
I don't know, I can't answer that question. I don't know if he was unannounced or not.
Well, you're the one, the tech guy. You
Just
provide,
purely speculation. He said he didn't know.
I'll let him rephrase, I'll let him be more specific in his questions.
find the. Well, Detective Baker, let me ask you this. The whole theory is that my client embezzled Mr. Lee over to his apartment later on in the night, but it's my understanding is that Mr. Lee showed up unannounced at 4 o'clock. Did you find out how, during your investigation, how Mr. Lee ended up going to Mr. Harrington's apartment? He drove over there, right?
He did drive over there, correct.
Find anywhere in your cell right dump that after 20:02:24:44, when Jay Lee asked Mr. Harrington, "You in Oxford," that Mr. Harrington invited him over there before Mr. Lee showed up at his apartment.
No, I did not see any messages between the two during that time frame.
Fair statement, then. Mr. Lee showed up unannounced to Mr. Harrington's apartment at 4 o'clock.
I did not see any conversation between them during that time. I cannot answer whether he showed up unannounced or not.
Okay. Now, You previously testified under oath on August the 9th, 2022, that, and I'll give you the quote if I need to, under oath you stated that Mr. Herrington made a fake account, red eye, that evening. You remember that testimony?
I don't recall that exact words.
Well, listen, I'll just give you an opportunity to think about it, whether or not you made that statement that he made a fake account, red eye. You already had those records at the time you testified August the 9th, right?
Did, yes.
Okay. That account had been created well in advance of that evening by Jimmie Harris. I'm not saying he didn't deactivate it, but he didn't create that account just for that conversation, did he?
No, he did not create the account just for the conversation, no.
That's not what you said previously. Testimony that gave the appearance that he created for the sole purpose of talking to Mr. Lee, and that just wasn't true, was it? When you made that, when you stated that under oath.
Well, it could be fake or it could be alternate. It could be used either interchangeably. He used an alternate account that wasn't his name identifying himself.
Okay. Well, that was part of your testimony to leave the impression that there was some type of subterfuge or some type of plan on part of Mr. Herrington to trick him to come over there, right?
Mr. Herrington lured him over there, yes.
All right, let's talk about that a little bit. You're saying in creating that account, lured him over there.
I didn't say create to lure him over.
All right. Did, when people are arguing or luring with each other, you said you've done this a lot, do they put LOL in their messages? Emojis? Things like that?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. LOL?
Yes, under
Now,
norm.
correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll let the jury decide before it can really end, but when someone says, possibly later tonight, that's what Jay Lee told Timmy, possibly later tonight, he's putting conditions on it. I may come tonight, I may not come tonight, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That statement alone, is that luring somebody? I may come, I may not come.
That's Jay Lee's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jay Lee's. Right, so that's Jay Lee's.
Possibly later tonight. Right?
That's Jay Lee's messages.
And he says earlier, Jay Lee to Timmy, what do you do to keep deleting? What do you keep deleting? And that's it. Just okay. He's just telling them, say okay or not. Right? That's Jay Lee talking to Timmy. Right?
Yeah, he's asking him what he's deleting, yes.
Yeah. Just tell me okay.
Objection, Your Honor, it's speculation on direct. When I was talking about the conversations, I wasn't allowed to put in my
I was just saying that was
Now I'm
Jay Lee.
trying to get the interpretation.
I'm not sure if I remember what testimony we're talking about anyway.
Anyway.
Sustain objection right now till you tell me what we're talking
Right.
about, okay?
Well, I'm just stating what Jay Lee said to Timmy.
You can state at this time what Jay Lee
He
said
said-
to Timmy, and then we'll go.
What do you keep deleting? And that's it. Just okay. So Jay Lee is talking to Timmy. Just respond okay. And he
No, I
said,
think that was an
Jay Lee
answer.
said, Timmy said back to him, I missaid something. And okay, I'll do it. Right?
I have to look back at this. I don't think you're quoting it correctly.
I misspelled something. That's Timmy responding to Jay Lee like, I misspelled something.
Let me describe this What are you looking for?
It's the 5:54:19 a.m. 5:46:21 a.m. response. You see that?
Yes, okay. Tim Herrington said, yes, I misspelled something, and okay, I'll do it.
And the next message reads, YK, what does that mean to you as far as your investigative skills? You know?
You know,
All right? This is J. Lee to Tim Herrington. If you try something fast, it won't end up good for you tonight.
won't it cut up for you right?
End up for you right. Okay, that's right. Sorry about that. Is there anything in the conversation prior to that that indicates whatsoever that Timmy Herrington was luring J. Lee over there?
Yes,
Prior to
sir.
that.
At 5:25, he told me to come back. He kept asking, you coming or no?
I said prior to that.
That is prior to that.
I'm talking about at 5:48. Is anything in there?
None of the
that-
witnesses answered your question.
Let's make sure we're all talking about the same.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You take that as a threatening text message from Tim Herrington to Jay Lee, are you coming or not? That's threatening?
You should lure him over. And yes, he's trying to get him to come back over.
Objection, never knew the approach.
Come on. She did, hey.
He's gonna go through all three.
We can go through all three of them. If you're gonna go through one, go through all of them.
That's right. Detective Baker. That's not, that, you see anything that was a threat from Timmy Herrington to Jay Lee? Prior to that comment, that he says, if you're gonna try something fast, it won't end up good for you, right? Anything prior to that, you see as a threat, first of all. Anything there's a threat, Detective Baker?
There's something that he said, like, you've done some questionable shit, but that was too much.
Let's talk
And
about
then
something.
he went on to say that you're just trying to lure me over there.
I'm gonna get to the luring part. Was that a threat in any way, shape, form, or fashion? Anything in that conversation that we talked about so far, a threat?
Your Honor, this time I'm going to object to, based on what was represented at the bench, to ultimate issue as to the interpretation of.
I'm gonna let him go over the elements, and, we'll get on all of it, we're gonna get some of them.
Go through all three of them. Detective Baker, there's nothing in that that's any threatening language at all from Jay Lee to Timmy Herrington. I mean, from Timmy Herrington to Jay Lee in that text string, any threat whatsoever. If you don't come over here, I'm going to do something to your mother or I'm gonna do something to your sister, or anything like that, right? That's part of the element of embezzlement.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm on a sustained objection. I'm just gonna
Do you
leave
see
that.
anything as a threat in any of that text string at all after the 4 o'clock, 4:36 when he got back home?
I mean, to me, that 537 one now, that it seemed to lure me over there to beat my ass or something.
That's,
There was a threat.
who made the threatening comment? That's Jay Lee was saying something to Tim Herrington.
Right, and in my interpretation of it, there was something threatening that happened, or he took something like the actions that he described earlier as threatening.
All right. Did you know, based part of your investigation, is Caleb fears in that statement that he gave y'all, that he said, Jay Lee said, I'm going over there to have some fun. We're going to do something we hadn't done before. Why would he make that type of statement if he had been threatened?
I don't know that he said fun. I don't recall that being
Right.
used.
All right. Now, you see anything in there whereby Tim Herrington made any statement whatsoever attempting to lure Jay Lee to his apartment?
Yes.
All right, point it out.
5:25, he said, come back.
All right,
Then right after that, you coming or no?
that's luring him, right? Or asking him.
Luring him, yeah.
That's a luring statement. Are you coming over or not?
Along with all the other, in combination with the others, yes.
All right. What other parts of the conversation indicates that he is luring you?
Your Honor, ask and answer.
I said the rest of the conversation, Your Honor.
I'll let him, he's indicated that, in combination with other statements, it would be, I'll let him question about what other statements he's referring to. Give the witness opportunity to answer.
I mean, he actually says that and at the 5:37 when you're just trying to lure me over, and then he goes on.
That's Jay Lee saying that, Ryan. That's not Mr. Harrington, according to the record y'all provided me.
Right, that is Jay Lee, but I'm telling you that's what he's basing his, or this is all the totality of the conversation is where I'm going. That's what I told you.
Detective Baker, just please, I hope I'm being clear. Find me a message from Jimmie Harrington, not from Jay Lee. A message from Jimmie Harrington in this text string. Not something that Jay Lee said, something that Jimmie Harrington said that would indicate he was luring him over there that night. It's a simple question.
The 5:51 one could be, laugh out loud, I just told you I'm leaving later tonight. Could be one.
Okay. So Timmy tells him he could be leaving tonight, and that's luring him over there.
Yes, along, like I said, with the totality of the conversation, yes, could be.
Your Honor, the witness has answered the statement, the question multiple times. He said, come back. He said, why not? Now, how many times is he going to answer the question?
If there's any,
Opposing counsel would like.
I'm going to ask the counsel, is there anything else?
One more aspect of it. Anything in this text message stream that Jimmie Harrington made any statement that tricked him into coming over there?
there again, you take the totality of the conversation, I say you're a cool person,
Okay,
it's all could be luring. I mean, when you take the whole conversation, and as it progresses, yes, it could be.
all right, okay. You testified a few moments ago that you're taking it in the context of conversations that they possibly had earlier that night, right? If you look at the statement, what you testified a few moments ago in response to one of my questions was, apparently they had some conversations earlier that night that facilitated some of this conversation, right?
It's possible they
Okay.
met up already once before, so I'm sure they talked and had
Along
conversations.
that vein, along that thought process, go down to the how long does it take to strangle someone to gag the teeth. You can make the same assumptions about that particular text message as to any other text message up here about what they had talked about earlier. Correct, Detective Baker?
It's not a conversation. That's a Google search.
No. Understand my question. You talk about the totality of the circumstances, including statements that they may have had the first time they were together. Got in an argument and going back over there. Right? We don't know what the context of any of these conversations are, do we, Detective Baker? Because they've been together that night, right?
I mean, we've got some context to this
Right.
conversation.
Let's get down to how long does it take to strangle. Let's just stop right there with strangle. Don't worry about the someone gabbing petita, because we already know that was auto-populated. So let's assume that statement right there. You can't tell this jury that that statement should be treated any differently than any of these other statements you just identified above it, because you don't know what their preceding conversation was, do you, Detective Baker? They've been
I
together
disagree.
that night.
I disagree with that because, like you said, you can take it into the totality of what's all going on here. You see that Jay Lee is mentioned he's scared that he's going to beat his ass, and there's different contexts here that could lead into that. Yes.
Thank you, Detective Baker. There's different contexts throughout this entire conversation, right?
But I said it could be used in the same context. Yes. As in,
Now, I want to get back to this 557. How long does it take to strangle someone gagging petito? You remember your August the 9th, 2022 testimony. In fact, you testified under oath that my client typed that search in, including someone gagging petito. You testified under oath, you did not identify any auto population or anything that in the August the 9th, 2022 testimony, did you, Detective Baker? I can show it to you if you need.
I don't recall. I'd have to look at it.
Okay. You want to look at it?
Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm telling you correctly. Yes.
I'll put it like this. I'll have Mr. Dagnall find it. You never testified that any portion of that statement on that Google search was auto-populated, did you?
I haven't seen it yet.
Yes or no?
I haven't seen it. I don't recall. I'd have to look back.
I want to make sure I got your question, you got my question right, okay? You understand the question. I'm going to let Mr. Dagnall find it. All right. As far as getting back to the search of the house, did y'all go back to Jay Lee's apartment at any point in time and search, take any other DNA samples out of his apartment after you went and got the toothbrush?
After we went to get the toothbrush, no, not that I recall.
But you knew after you interviewed his two roommates, or people in your department, interviewed the two roommates, and told you that Jay Lee's one roommate represented that if I go in my bedroom and I knock twice, I'm in trouble. You know that, remember that being part of the investigation? Help, come help.
It was something similar to that. I can't remember exactly how many knots or anything like that.
And also, as part of the investigation, the other roommate told you that Jay Lee and people that came over to the house didn't stay in the common area, they'd go straight to the bedroom, right?
I don't recall. I had to see the report and who took
Okay.
that and all that.
So did you, once you got back, people came, when you got those statements, did you ever think maybe that we need to go take DNA samples out of his bedroom to see whether or not any of those DNA samples would match some of the DNA samples out of his car that came back unidentified from the lab?
No, that was a long question. Will you restate it, please?
Did you ever take any samples or do any search of his apartment to get DNA samples or try to get DNA profiling so you could determine whether or not it may be somebody in his bedroom that would match up with some of the DNA samples out of his car or other locations?
Not quite following.
Well, you didn't find anything in Mr. Herrington's apartment that indicated there'd been any assault that occurred in his apartment, right?
No.
Okay. But you did, according to the report, there was some unidentified DNA profiles in, I believe, Mr. Lee's car and some other DNA profiles even in Mr. Harrington's apartment that couldn't be identified as Mr. Harrington or Mr. Lee's. Did you ever go
You'd have
back?
to show me back to, I mean, I'd have to look back through the report again. I don't know.
I guess I'm gonna not hang around on this very long. You never went to Mr. Lee's apartment to do any DNA profiling there, correct?
Yeah, the toothbrush.
Did you go back and go to Mr. Lee's apartment and try to get out of his hairbrush any hair or hair with roots to compare to the samples that weren't tested by the lab that are in item 35 in the scales report?
I don't recall getting a hairbrush.
Do not think it was important that you had two potential crime scenes, the Molly Bar location where the car was found and the Molly Bar area. Mr. Harrington's apartment you considered a crime scene. Did you not think that you needed to go get maybe some hair out of a hairbrush at Mr. Lee's apartment to find out whether or not anything would match up?
We had DNA, so I don't understand your question because DNA could be matched up with hair. The hair has DNA or can have DNA.
It can have DNA. Not necessarily that the profile, the DNA profile that came off of the toothbrush was a partial profile, according to the report, my understanding. But you didn't go back to try to find a better DNA profile sample, either through hairbrush or anything like that of Mr. Lee's?
I based it, in my opinion, on some scales said that he could have to get a profile off of it to be able to compare. That's all I can testify to.
You've been here a while. Do you need a break or not?
My approach, Your Honor.
Okay. We're gonna go, obviously, we're gonna go a little late today, because it's already a little late. A little later, how about that? Go ahead.
Judge, this is the only copy I got of prior testimony.
We'll work something out.
All right, thank you. May I have marked identification?
Can you, yeah, go ahead.
Judge, I can take this page out.
If you can take out the portion that you,
Thank you.
it'd be easier to copy that, it wouldn't be all of it.
It is page number 74.
One of five.
All right?
Your Honor, I'm going to mark the relevant portions of this, but I think are relevant, so we can take the side out as far as we can replace it. Some testimony on there is not relevant. I'm not going to introduce it anyway. I want you to, this is what's been, I believe, I want you to look at it, tell me whether or not it appears to be your prior testimony. I know it's a long time ago, it's back in August 2022. You remember that testimony at a hearing pertaining to Mr. Herrington? Just those portions in black. Well, you can read the whole thing, it helps you refresh your recollection.
Yeah, I needed me to, I had to read it just to get that idea.
Do you remember the testimony?
Things, this is court record, so I mean, I don't exactly remember it, but if this is court record,
And it appears to be your testimony from the August the 9th, 2022 hearing.
it is appears.
Anything in this document, P-105, you testified that the Google search resulted in auto population for someone Gabby Petito.
Sorry.
Anything in this testimony that you told the court in that hearing that this Google search didn't auto-populate, that my client actually typed that in?
Yes, that's what I portrayed during the preliminary, yes.
That my client typed someone Gabby Petito, and that wasn't true. Correct?
Sorry, say that again.
It wasn't true that my client typed a portion, someone Gabby Petito. Correct? Because it auto-populated that.
Right, it could be either or, yes. I mean, you can type it all out and it still comes up, or it auto-populates. I don't know which one he did. It could have been either or.
Now, we had prior testimony, and I think you said also that it auto-populated, and the records reflected that it auto-populated.
Not, I mean, in the search bar to where you can choose, but you can continue to
On top
type
of it?
something in the search bar itself.
Okay.
You can change it or whatever. You can continue to keep search or typing whatever you want. It may change to something else. But it doesn't just automatically come up just once you get to a certain point, the whole thing. Now, there is an option under it, but not in the search bar.
Just my point is, you did represent the court on that day, there was a possibility that he may have been typing, how long does it take to strangle during sex or during this type of activity or something like that. You didn't represent that to the court, that there were options out there other than someone got a Tito during that search, did you take it back? Yes or no?
No, I did not.
And I believe 7 seconds later, or 7 seconds after that search started, he was on Instagram. Correct?
I don't recall. I don't remember seeing anything about Instagram after that.
Did you search those records? Instagram records?
Sir?
Did you have access to the Instagram records? I think they've already been introduced.
I believe we did a search warrant for the, yes, I believe so.
You did?
I believe we did a search warrant for his Instagram record, yes.
There's been prior testimony that 7 seconds, either at the beginning of the search or the conclusion of the search, my client was on Instagram. I don't know what item it is. Have you got your sheriff report with you?
I do not.
I think I've introduced this already. Here we go. D7. Read is introduced into evidence. These line 124 down to 126. 126, just read 126. We've gone over it already. That appears to be an Instagram. My client's on Instagram at 5:57:07, correct? Item 126.
Yeah, it appears that it logged something, the phone logged something from Instagram.
He's on the phone at 5:57:07. So it'd be fair to say, would it not, Detective Baker, he ain't much paying attention to that news, right?
I can't say what he's doing.
It doesn't appear. Based on,
7 seconds is a long time to read something.
you gotta type it first, right?
But is it recorded after he types it, or I don't know.
I don't know either. Now, during the course of your investigation, you indicated that y'all did some searching in areas in Lafayette County. Y'all went to Pat Lamar Park, right? Did some searching out there?
Yes, we got a tip from out there. We did do
I
searching.
had to go out there. Remember when, was that before, obviously before Mr. Herrington was arrested, right?
I believe so, but I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. And you also, well, you went out there, because you got a tip, but you also searched, the grounds around Lafayette Place outside, right? Not just Mr. Harrington's apartment, right?
That is correct.
But you searched outside, right?
Correct.
And Molly Bar, y'all went over there and y'all searched, knocked on some doors, right?
We
Talked to
did.
some people there. But didn't do any searches of anybody's apartments, like walk inside to see, knock on doors, say, hey, can we look in here? This car we found out here, missing person, we just need to look around inside your apartment, if you don't mind. You didn't do any of that, right?
I didn't do any of that, no.
Did Oxford Police Department conduct any such search, just to walk around and just see if there's not that many apartments at Molly Bar, is it, what, 16 of them? More than that?
I think it was more than that.
Yeah, maybe more than that. But none of the apartments, or even the, especially the vacant ones, did you, knock on doors, say, let's look inside, look in your cars, anything like that? Nothing like that.
We did look at the vacant ones, yes, and the ones that are open. We got the maintenance man out there, yes. We did, I know for sure, look at the vacant ones.
And I understand that you looked on the grounds, things of that nature, out there on the outside, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you indicated that the last ping location for Jay Lee's phone was at 7:28, correct?
Yes, sir.
You remember the last ping location, not ping location, the last ping time prior to that particular ping?
I'd have to look at the CDRs, I'm not sure.
Would it be possible, or would it be okay if, I assume you platted the longitude and latitude on the map that's introduced into State's exhibit, whatever it was, that showed on the screen, of all the ping locations?
And they weren't to scale, they were just as a representation.
The way you do that is you do the Latin long, which take Google Earth and put that on there, correct? Is that how you do that?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna have this mark for identification, please.
What I'm saying.
Is that an aerial photograph or what you got there?
It's,
An aerial photograph or what you got?
it's a Google map photograph of ping locations, Jamie's phone. Detective Baker, this is D-106. I propose that these are the Latin long locations of the phone. I'm not gonna ask it to be introduced, but if you would, conclusion of your testimony of some kind before I introduce them, I give you, check it to make sure it's right, okay? Does it appear to be the lat and long location of, I think, the last 6? I think that's right. Does that appear to be have you charted those before on any other map? The lat and long of pin locations of,
Yes, we have charted the show locations, yes.
all right, so I'm gonna hand you what was provided in discovery as the, not gonna mark it.
None of this, if it's the historical peak data, it's already evidence.
I didn't hear that. Was there objection?
Okay.
I didn't hear, was there objection?
She thinks it was marked for ID by Ben Douglas, and I'll see if I can locate it. While you're looking at it, Detective, and I'm trying to find, does it appear to be the location of the Black Long pin location of Mr. Lee's phone?
I mean, I don't know, they didn't have that long to compare to this call detail record, so I mean, I don't know if these are that right lat longs pinpoints or not.
Trying to find it. It's 22.
Yes, when it says ping data on daily on.
It's extra service. I mean,
Witness's answer, was the last question? We didn't hear.
he said it appeared to be, but he didn't know.
I said S-22, got something to do with ping data anyway, is all I can say.
He said he didn't, did he say he didn't know about having charted it himself?
He did. I'm not asking to put it in right now, I'm just asking to appear to be. This was been previously identified as the Lat Long location of Jaden's phone.
Okay, but
How long would it take you to log in those? I know it's late in the day, take you a while to type those in.
it'd take a little bit, yes, sir.
Just kind of done this a lot. Does it appear to be, I know you looked at Lat Long a lot on this case file, does it appear to be?
And he's asking to speculate, because he previously said.
I'm not going to introduce it, Your Honor. I'm just going to have him identified, and it appear to be, and if it is, it's coming back tomorrow. He can do it during the break, and have him introduce it.
Just ask him a question about it, and we'll go from there.
Does it appear to be, would you have a problem comparing the Lat Long on Exhibit 22 and testifying under oath that those ping locations appear to be correct?
Absolutely, because I can't verify that without doing it myself.
I wouldn't have a problem with it. What I'm asking, it's going to take 3 days to do that. You can do
No,
that
no.
tomorrow, right?
That won't take me 3 days now.
I didn't think so. All right, you agree with me the last ping location was 728?
Yes, sir.
All right. You agree with me that the last ping before that was 716, something like that?
You took it back. I can't
Oh, I'm
tell you
sorry.
if you took it back from me. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Thought you had your own copy. Can't read it. Give me the last 2 ping locations.
The time is that
Yes.
what you're referring to? 12:28:27 Green would meet GMT, so that's Greenwich mean time, whatever.
You keep the microphone a little bit, my hearing aid,
Sorry.
battery's about run down.
So you said the last, all right, so it's 12/28/27, Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay. Thank you. Court window is on. Detective, as far as the phone records, the difference between, we've had this testimony before, the difference between Greenwich time, local time is, how many hours?
5, I believe, minus 5.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with the fact that within the last 3 weeks, that agents with the Oxford Police Department, maybe 4 weeks, went back to Lafayette Wall and did a search, right? Were you part of that?
Lafayette Walk?
I think so.
I'm not aware of a Lafayette Walk. I'm not aware of a Lafayette Walk. I don't know where that is.
Oh, Lafayette Police.
Lafayette Place. Yes, I don't know when it was. I don't know what day it was.
Well, it was within the last 4 weeks, right?
I don't remember what day it was.
Well, if you provided a report indicating, you got a bunch of reports we got from everywhere, they're everywhere. Did you provide a report that a month before this trial, sometime prior to this trial, that y'all went to Lafayette Place in Oxford and searched for evidence in this case? Did you file a report?
Did I file a report in our reporting system or
In June.
turning something over to you describing
No.
searches?
I
I
know
don't
you
understand. I don't understand your question.
Did you file a report and tell anybody before I questioned you about it 2 weeks ago Monday?
No, I did not write. I have not written a report. If that's what you're asking, I have not written a report.
Oxford PD, University of Mississippi Police Department, Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics, Mississippi Public Safety, Bureau of Narcotics, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, anybody that's involved in this investigation, that anyone filed a report that y'all searched Lafayette Place, the grounds of Lafayette Place, a month ago, or since September the 5th, when the DNA report came back in. Did you file a report until I asked you about it, Detective Ryan Baker?
Not that I'm aware of. I did not.
So, in the interest of transparency, and you'd agree with me, that's a little what we call deceptive, isn't it? That words we've used a lot in this courtroom. That's a little deceptive, is it not?
I did not see it that way.
You don't believe it is?
No.
You don't think? Did you find anything incriminating against my client in that search?
We did not.
Did you report to the DA's office, say, hey, look, we went over and searched, and just like the search warrant, just like the DNA report at his apartment, Mr. Harris's apartment, just like the DNA report in the car, there was no evidence. Did you not think that's something that you needed to tell somebody that you didn't find anything less than a month ago when you went out and searched?
I don't understand the question.
The question is, do you think that's fair?
Think it's fair that we didn't tell you?
Yeah.
We just, there was nothing there, so there's nothing to tell.
Well, if you'd have found a pile of blood, you'd have told me, wouldn't you?
What now? I couldn't
If you
understand.
found a pile of J.Lee's blood, you've been hightailing across the street to the DA's office and telling them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if we
And
found
it would have
Jimmie's blood,
taken an
yeah.
hour to get a report to me.
That's your honor, relevance about getting a report.
he's on cross-examination, I'm gonna let him, yeah, cross-examine.
Do you think that's fair? Detective Baker, transparent, good police work, when you find something that doesn't incriminate a citizen of the state of Mississippi, you don't tell them?
I think it's not part of our reporting management.
How many other things have y'all gone out there and not found and investigated that you haven't told us about? Have you done any other searches in Lafayette County or interviewed any other witnesses since February of 2023 when the indictment came down on my client that you haven't told anybody about?
I bet you continuing to bring up indictment, grand jury.
I'm gonna allow the question.
Think about it, Detective Baker. Is there anything out there, any note, any scribble on a pad, any comment by a witness that you haven't told us about? Because you didn't tell us about this search.
There's nothing else that I'm aware of.
Okay. And you're familiar and you understand that Emergency Management Services is also an agency that's involved in the investigation of this case, right? EMS?
I'm unaware of that.
Well, Shane Ford is the director, isn't he?
Emergency
Yeah.
management services?
Whatever it is. What is he
That's the
director?
ambulance, is it
Huh?
not? EMS is ambulance, correct?
What is he the director of?
Emergency management agency,
When did they become part of this investigation?
Shane's always been a part of the investigation. He was lieutenant of CID at the time the investigation was
What
going
is he
on.
doing down in Grenada 3 weeks ago in his new position, in his new truck, searching down there on property without telling anybody? Did you know that happened?
Yes, I was aware of it, and he did tell the people that own the property.
That's not my point. Why weren't y'all down there, sir? That's not part of his job responsibilities now, is it? To be part of this investigation, unless he gets permission from his boss, right?
He works for the city, so I mean,
Right.
that would all have to come
Have
through.
you seen a report that they compiled? Searching property in Grenada, Mississippi. At the same time, you're searching property in Lafayette. Have you seen a report, aware of any report that represents the findings of that search?
There was no findings, so no, there was no report.
Again, don't you think that's something that you ought to tell the DA, have maybe turn that over to the defendant?
And like I said, there was nothing there. There was nothing found. It's not a part of our SOP to have to write a report about it.
Well, I'll object because opposing counsel has received this information.
What's that?
He's mischaracterizing this. Opposing counsel has received the list of places.
I didn't receive it before the question about it 2 weeks ago. I got it last week.
I'm gonna allow you to question on it.
You didn't provide any report. Sent a report on both of them at the same time, and I got an email with, not from you, not from Shane Fortner. Got an email telling the locations that y'all searched. And that was it. Not one of these fancy reports. I don't know who went. That's not in the report. You think that's fair?
I think we were doing the scope of our job, going down and looking for that body of Jay Lee. Yes.
Okay. How many locations since the September 5th lab report that you got in that said no DNA, have you searched?
Since the lab report, I don't remember the exact dates. I don't know if you've already referred to the only ones that we've done.
All right? There's only two. Not 10 weeks.
How much can you do in 27 minutes?
Hold on, I couldn't hear.
How much redirect can you do in 27 minutes?
We can find out, Your Honor.
Y'all good to work at 6 o'clock? Can we leave straight from here, go into the restaurant, will that be okay? How far is the restaurant from here? All right. We can see there from here anyway. I'm gonna give y'all about 6:15 anyway, and y'all about 100 yards from the restaurant, so y'all move it anyway, we'll be a little farther down the road. Go ahead.
Detective
Hey, I need a break.
They just needed no water.
The
I would like a
Need
break.
water, okay.
I would like a break.
You want a break?
I do.
I don't blame you.
Oh, we got one that needs to.
All right, let's take a little break. We're kind of working about 6:15, but let's make it a real short break. It's gonna be meaningful. Testimony.